I know I'm not the only one. Well, thank you, Tidan. Thank you very much.
All right,
All right, let's just quickly check if YouTube is good now. Then we can get. Oh, we're good. Oh, we're good. We're good. It's just a slang. But can you somewhere? Say slang pe my boy, my guy. Àbí ó ti dá, ó ti ṣe like kí ló túmọ̀ sí. Ó ṣàmà ní túmọ̀. Àbákọ̀ máa ń sọ ni. I'm always looking for like there has to be. It can't just be, but maybe it can. Anyway, we're back on YouTube now. So if you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much for joining us. I apologize for the break in transmission. Espanol Mama Clebo. Àwọn tó sọ òyìnbó mi ò tí gbọ́. Ẹ ń sọ Spanish. Prof, you want Jesse? Abba, ó ti pẹ́ tó ti sọ Clebo now. Ṣé àṣà à ń sọ sí ni? I'm not Jesse, but I can learn now. We are all together, all of us. Kí ni ìyàtọ̀ èmi àti Jesse kan báyìí? Teach me, thou teacher. I am willing to learn the meaning of Clebo. Which gen am I?
I'm shy. I'm a child of God.
What came to my mind? I don't even want to mention it. I'm shy. I'm a child of God. I'm a generation of the mighty. I'm a chosen generation. I am chosen. We don't old though. Me, I'm young. Ogun I'm still young. Ogoji I'm still young. I'm a young isn't. Ọgọ́fà ọdún ló wait o. Ọgọ́fà yẹn pọ̀. Ọgọ́ta ọgọ́rin. A ṣe wà ń bẹ̀. Gbọ́n tókè. Okay, gbọ́n. Ogún ọdún lónìí àwọn náà bá máa bẹ̀. Gbọ́n tókè. Ọgọ́fà yẹn pọ̀. Ẹkáàbọ̀ padà sí eré ètò wa ní orí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára bẹ́ẹ̀ wà pẹ̀lú wa lórí TikTok ní àbí lórí ẹ̀rọ YouTube àbí Facebook àdúgbò ẹ fi fojú wa ojú tẹ fi ń wọ̀ ọ́ ní fọ́ etí tẹ fi ń gbọ́ wa ọ̀ ní di. What I did right now, this is how they do it on TV station back in the day when they used to open TV at 4 p.m. How many people experience that 4 p.m. about television and they're part over the 12? Then once, like during holidays, watch a test transmission from 10 a.m. That would be like as if you are watching. There was no cable. My God! But I'm a chosen generation. I got telling much. We'll not be watching. I remember when my father bought VHS. Oh my God! God is good. God is good. Voltron, yes, Voltron, the defender of the universe. Voltron, Super Ted, and these guys I used to come from Telematch. That's the one from Germany, right? Beautiful. All right, I was saying something. Let's get back into that. For YouTube, thank you for joining us. Please do the needful. National Geography. You are different. Maybe you are a higher generation. I didn't have National Geography growing up. We used to watch BCOS, NTA Badon, OGTV, and Lagos Television. Oto. Robocop, yeah. Speed Racer. That one I watched when I was older. But, some of you maybe are older than me. So maybe I already seen those things before my own generation. Galaxy Badon. Yes, Baba Kwete on Galaxy. Did you grow up in Ibadan? Mr. Sean, did you grow up in Ibadan? Galaxy changed the game. I think it was maybe 93, 92 or so, 94. Galaxy just went everywhere. Everybody was watching Galaxy. Oh, you grew up in Ibadan. Nice. Galaxy television carrier. I remember 1996. I went to that station. Went to do went to do a recording. My dad took me there. We now went to shoot at Onireke. How time flies. Interesting. That's interesting, though. Television at that time. I think my father saw the future. Because I've always been in media. You are Yemetu boy. Yemetu Aladori. All right, good to meet you. So I was saying something before our network went off. WNTC, Bao, WNTV. And nobody here saw WNTV. No, let me not say that, because we have some 70-year-olds who listen to this, and, it's always a pleasure to know that they are here. There are 70-year-olds, 80-year-olds, 80. And it's humbling, right, that people like that who watch, shows 60-year-olds, of course, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s. But those 60 and 70-year-olds, they like, everybody, I respect everybody, but so our WNTV, WNBS, NTA Badanaramo, at the NTA show, NTA2 Channel 5, Kota Money, our bad, but smile edge musics. Maybe you are one of those older generations that, Etirosa. Badge on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's get back into this. I was saying something before we went off, and thank you for, your understanding while we're trying to sort that other thing out. So someone said something on Twitter a while back. I think it was yesterday. I was talking about how the UK works. The system is better, and you would never want to have what Nigeria. We would never want to be in Nigeria because, of course, the system works in the UK. And I think, to be honest, it's true. I mean, you don't even have to. It's common sense. The system works better. Like, it's the UK, right? But I think there's something that I want to encourage us to do, especially those of us who live abroad, whether you're in the UK, US, even if you're in Qatar, wherever you're in the world, please. While you're busy with work, making money, enjoying, what the system has provided for you, please try and take out maybe 5 minutes of your day, 30 minutes in the week, some time, and just study the system that they use in that place you are dwelling. You know why? Because you don't want to just be the person sending pictures and saying UK is better than Nigeria. You want to be able to be that person that says, we can replicate this in my part of Nigeria. And I think we have to begin to think in that direction. And I'm not saying that, of course, there's nothing wrong with enjoying, the system that works. But I don't think we are learning how to build such systems, which is why we travel, we see these things, but you can't see it back home. Beginning with the very structure of the country that we're living in. How is the UK structured? How are they able to, build systems? It's not about the railway. It's about the system that built the railway. It's not about the fact that you have electricity 24 hours. It's about the system that allows you to have electricity 24 hours. In Kotowa lẹ́yìn ọ̀fà tó ju èjé yẹn lọ, tó ju òjé yẹn lọ, kí ni nǹkan tó wà lẹ́yìn ọ̀fà yẹn, kí ló wà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀? That's actually, that's how we elevate conversations. Or else we're just talking like kids. Oh, my father, I traveled abroad, it's finer than, and so what? So it's final. What is your joy? Because it's still not our home. And even if you're a citizen, somehow, if you can, if you want to, you should be able to contribute something. And I'm not saying be the savior of the world, though, but there's a system that makes those things work. What is that system? The political structure of that place. Why are they not doing unity? Why are they not running for we're united? We're the United Kingdom. Everybody can move anywhere. One. Then there's no ancestral spaces. Let's just model everything together. Is it the federal government that does everything for everybody? Does everything have to go from Westminster? Is there something that you're supposed to have in Wales? Is there something you're supposed to have in Scotland? Just, in that area. Can we find a way to replicate that in our own space? Are there things that are done by private organizations? Are there opportunities that we also have in Nigeria right now that could allow us to produce the things that we are seeing in the UK? For instance, we have electricity problems in Nigeria. But is that not an opportunity to also get into that business? Is it possible to see 1, 2, 3, 4 people in the UK or in Nigeria that you can partner with and build something? Like, those are the things that actually, I think, matter. especially when you get to a particular age, where you can't just be saying, I enjoy something. They'll ask you, the thing you enjoy, is it not your... enjoy. Because it's going to get to that point very soon. When you tell people that I'm enjoying this, see what I'm enjoying in Europe, they can't even have it in Nigeria. They will now ask you, the people that created that system in this Europe that you're enjoying, are they better than you? I saw a video yesterday. I was ashamed. It was a Chinese and a black person, and that was talking about, you know, colonialism. Sorry, was talking about why Africa was where it was, and the black guy kept talking about colonialism, and the Chinese guy was like, but like, how does that stop you from doing it? Me, I got tired of watching that thing. I just left it because it was was like it wasn't so long ago that we were colonized. Me, I was like, and so what? How long ago was Malaysia colonized? We make it look as if we are the ones bearing the weight of the world. I am not saying that people are not doing things. That there is beyond colonialism, there's neo-colonialism. There's imperialism that we're experiencing right now. But if that's the reason for our underdevelopment, then that means that the people who are colonizing us are smarter than us. And here we are. We don't want to accept the fact that we have lesser intelligence. So if we don't have less intelligence than the group that is supposedly colonizing us, how come we are where we are and they are using us?
These are questions that we should be asking, because we keep shouting Oyinbo smarter than you.
These are questions that we should be asking, because we keep shouting Oyinbo is Oyinbo smarter than you? If you open his brain, does he have something? Is there a component in his brain that makes him think better than you? Is it higher than you? How come he's able to create a system and we want to kill ourselves? I mean, and there's nothing wrong with traveling to enjoy the systems, but at some point you have to flex. It's like if a Singaporean is in the UK and you talk to him anyhow about Okokokuwani, you cannot talk to him anyhow.
Like, he can always go back home. That's the point I'm trying to make.
What do you have that doesn't have? It doesn't have Thames, but it has water. Like, he can always go back home. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, his home is fine. His home is good. But we Africans should not be going on social media and be saying things like, it works here, doesn't work back at home. I will never allow anybody, I will never advise anybody to stay in Nigeria. Everybody should just move. And again, there's nothing wrong with moving. Absolutely nothing wrong in traveling, experiencing the world, enjoying the system and everything. But please, if you cannot create that system where you are from, don't be using your mouth to say, kote da. Sheba won kolo shekini. Iwo she le she. Chan to she won so wala to some money. Are they not people like us? They are people like us. So again, the most difficult part is learning the system. Understanding the system and then being able to replicate it, right? And I'm not saying it's easy. It was not easy for them too in the UK. You know, I was watching a documentary some days ago about the underground tunnel in the UK, and having that, well, it's called subway in the US. That system, it was in the 19th century. How did they build that thing? How come we haven't built it? Can we build it? Do we need it? What can we do? What kind of structure do we require? Because if you go and let's say, for instance, and God's going to bless all of everybody here, you're going to meet the right people. So you walk into a room and you're talking to people that can actually do something about Nigeria's situation, and all you are saying is that UK is better than Nigeria. You don't have any idea that they can invest in. As terrible as it is right now, Flutterwave is now, I think, is over $2 trillion. Now decided a new service, Flutterwave, that can help you buy shares in American stock, like in American companies, right? So you don't even need dollars. You can use Naira to buy shares now in American companies. Flutterwave is creating that platform now, free adverts, but I think it's worth mentioning because it's beautiful. Right? They ask you, so you could stand up and say, oh, in America we can transfer money, everything is easy. That's all you're saying. But then Benga, what's this gentleman's name? Inyi, and the rest of them said, you know what, we can create that same system in Nigeria and even get funding from abroad, but they did this in Nigeria. And now Flutterwave is now helping Nigerians to buy shares in the US. That's growth. And now we don't have anything less than 5 unicorns in the tech space. There's Flutterwave, there's Andela, there's InterSwitch, there's MoneyPoint, there's OPay.
Things are opening up. I'm just saying that
think Jumia as well. I mean, things are opening up. I'm just saying that Nigeria is such a virgin space. Please pray. I know we are very spiritual people. Please pray. Let God talk to you. There's something that you can contribute there. Nigeria is too virgin for you to be saying it's not good. Where I am is the one that's better. Meanwhile, you know what you are going through where you are. Right? Let's take advantage of these things. And all you will do in some cases, may not even be to start a business. Maybe just invest in something or just come up with an idea that keeps getting you money. But then you look back and like, this is what I did, as I was growing up in Nigeria. And I hope that we can do it. And doesn't matter. I'm not saying being politics. Let me recommend a documentary. Please watch this documentary. It's 4 parts. It's a 4-part series. There's an extra episode, but you should. Is it 4, 8? I think it's 4-part series, but there's an extra episode. Please watch this thing. Please. The Men Who Built America. I think you can find some of it on YouTube, but I don't know how. Just search for it. Please just search for it. The Men Who Built America. You learn about people like Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Thomas Edison, JP Morgan, Ford, all these people. How did they build that country? You'd be pleasantly surprised to discover that the Grand Station was not even built by the state, it was built by a company. Rockefeller, thank you, J.D. Rockefeller. How did they do those things? What can we learn from it? How can we replicate it? That is the kind of conversation we should be having. Not these ones where you will find a way to build one castle in the air, and then you sit atop that castle and look down on everybody and say, all of you. Meanwhile, where you are right now, in Gokonisha, but you're not from there. It's not home. This is home. And everything we see there, we can have it here. No, Rothschild is Europe. Rothschild is not America. Rothschild is a different documentary. That's Germany, France, Austria, England. That's Rothschild. But America is Vanderbilt, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Carnegie, Smith, Thomas Edison, JP Morgan, Michael Ford, all those guys. Please watch, try if you can. It will just, there's a way to make you feel like politicians are not doing well. Our politicians are not doing well. Our politicians are from amongst us. The mindset we had before we became politicians is the same thing we still have in society. If they choose any one of us here right now, there's a high chance, I'm not saying it will be like that though, but there's a high chance we can't do better than the people who are there right now. Because we're from the same stock. We're all Nigerians. Right? But in every generation, you will have people, of course, some of them were ruthless, but the point is that they didn't have to wait for the kind of things they did, whether it was dams or it was, someone said bribery in the government ministry spoiled the system and then the ethnicity. There's bribery in the US as well. There's bribery in the US. There's bribery in the US as well. There's ethnicity in the US as well. But the system factored those things into it. See, let's not wish bribery away. When you hear about lobby groups in the US, what do you really think those guys do? Did you not hear about some groups that will take senators, on holiday, first class, all expenses paid? What do you think they're doing? Sherry, we have to look inwards and understand our system, and I do not think it's easy. I'm not even deceiving myself. It is difficult, but nobody says it will be easy. All the places that we enjoy the system, they didn't do it because it was easy. They did it because it was important to them, and for some because they could make money. If you have money, you can make money right now with all this electricity thing. Anybody can open a power station. Anybody. And people are going to travel into Nigeria from different parts of the world. We will just be there. We say, oh, Sweden is better. And I know it's better. But Sweden was not always like that. Everybody grows. So I just wanted to just talk about that, because I think that you can have this thing where you comfort yourself with what other people have accomplished, and then you go to a particular age and like, kí lèmi ti ṣe, káwọn ọmọ tiẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́rùn pé dáàdì ó tiẹ̀ bá àdìbáyé kí lẹ rí ṣe tí wọ́n kí nígbà tẹ̀wá kékeré. Ìjọba ẹ̀ náà ni corruption ẹ̀ náà ni kí lẹ̀yin ṣe ńgbà kí lẹ̀yin ṣe ebi ò sínú ìjọba. Ṣé this thing wà nínú ìjọba ni? See, it got to a point in American history that the men whose names I mentioned earlier, it got to a point they were the ones who were determining what happened in politics. I'm talking at the presidential level. They were determining what happened. They didn't even have to go into politics, but they could influence. But how would you influence anything if you're just sitting down complaining? Whereas some people are building. The other day, we saw some of these people, even our own presidency, Flutterwave guys were there. Let's keep building, right? Regardless of what it is, whether it's farming or education or medicine or media or film, whatever it is, just do your bit, right? And if all of us do that, country will get better. But we need to actually address this whole structural issue in Nigeria. Our structure is messed up. But we'll get there. But let me quickly say something about this Oyo State thing. So the investment opportunities on Oyo State right now is a PPP arrangement, public-private partnership. And there are 5 tourism sites, investment sites. There's Elele Lake. So they're going to be the waterfront and stuff like that. There's about a cultural center. Now, what's paining me is that I've been to some of these places years ago. We talked about possibilities of certain things. And they were just, I think I had a friend who also had made a bid for. Anyway, let's not talk about the past. The point is that it looks like this particular administration is intentional. Elele Lake, about a cultural center, Boss Tower, Iyake Lake, and Idere Hills. All right, so all those things that we enjoy abroad, we can do the same here. Take advantage of it, especially if you're Yoruba. And please let me say something. If they put things out like this, I've shared this thing on the Telegram channel now. If they put these things out like this, and you don't take advantage of it, I don't think it would be fair for you to now be saying that, oh, they did not think of Yoruba people. They have allowed somebody else to come and do something. Nature abhors a vacuum. And when it comes to development, after if you get to a particular point, nobody will care about where the person is from again, no. Because we cannot be enjoying life wherever we are, let things go to rot, and then somebody decides to do it. Tọ́mọ tí ò ń ṣara mi ní sọ́dẹ̀bò tọ́mọ tí ò ń ṣara wa bá lọ ń ṣe irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá pawọ́ tẹ́ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sunkún pé kí ló tán fi jẹ́ kí Yorùbá ṣe àwa lálẹ́ bí o. Even if you can't do it, talk about it. Maybe you'll find somebody that's interested and can do it. Please, it's important that we grow our own space. It's our home, all right? And let's do it from home first. Like I said, in Southwest. Tabachi anywhere in Southwest, we'll not replicate it in other spaces. All right. And I say that because there's nothing you can't do in the Southwest. There's nothing that you can't do if you really want to, please. So just the link is on the Telegram channel, Oyo State. I'm hammering on this because I've seen a lot of these things, and then people will just come from somewhere, take it and just scatter everywhere. Like what happened with Oshogbo, where some persons from another part of the country, I won't mention right now, came and was talking to people about how they have to pay not to take pictures. Because that one's just thinking of how to make money from everything. You, who are the custodian of that thing, who you're supposed to understand how to protect it and how to, there's money to be made, but you're also looking at the cultural aspect. You are not interested.
It's not good. We are not interested. We don't care.
You are just an activist, just shouting, hey, it's not good, it's not good. We are not interested. We don't care. We just want to appear to care. The least you can do sometimes is just to send a message to somebody and say, opportunity there, wow. Opportunity buy wow. At least let's even talk about it. But no. Nǹkan tó yẹ kó jẹ́ nǹkan báwo ni máa ń pè ná nǹkan ọ̀wọ̀ kò ní kà sí torí kò ti pawó ni àwa táwọn kan lè pawó ń bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtúmọ̀ nǹkan tó jẹ́ àṣà àmọ̀ nǹkan tó jẹ́ nǹkan ọ̀wọ̀ láàrin bẹ̀ àwa náà tún wà kà sí ṣé àwọn pé a ti pàdánù ọ̀nà méjì ni ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀ka pàdánù lágbára Ọlọ́run. So please let's take it seriously, get involved. The expression of interest on these particular things will close 30th September 2025. tourism.oyostate.gov.ng. You get a lot of information there, but the link is on the Telegram channel. Please take advantage of it. I really want us to, and if it happens in Lagos as well, I'll talk about it, right? Ogun State will talk about it. Anywhere, let's invest and let's make things better in our own space. All right. Two more things before I go. I read the news last time, I think it was on Monday, about the guy who was in prison for 6 years in Finland. Anyway, that person, his people then decided to have a Twitter space, and they called it Victory Ruling for the United States of Biafra, USB Independence. And people say saying all kinds of things. A lot of funny things are here. Somebody says we are the rightful children of Chukwokike Obiama. We are the real Biafrans of the Most High. Somebody says, please, can we approach the Russian government through our brothers in Burkina Faso? Because the way the Western world are treating us is not the best option for us. Somebody says, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, I am glad you're not discouraged. You're a courageous woman. I was afraid you would be down, but I am happy you're a real freedom fighter. We stand behind you. You see, Yoruba, you could think power you ben or will pa fun. I want you to tell you because the person is literally dying and they say they have an independence celebration. Because again, legacy not only of propaganda only, so we've got to be very wise. And what they say is enough for the wise. I don't have to explain more than that. I just want to read that thing, and I'm sure you already connected dots. Lastly, before we bring people up, and then we'll move into the other thing. Lastly, Professor Akinwumi Ogundiran, whose book we have used here a number of times, and whose book I hold in very high esteem because of the kind of knowledge I've derived from that book and other works I've read. He's written in other books I've also read, but that particular one where I was, referencing the book for Shegi and Iyo, the Yoruba, the New History. Well, the professor was at a conference some days ago, and he made a statement. I'm just going to read that. It says, this is from Newspeak, history professor, Ife or your relationship is like father and last born. A professor of history, Akin Ogundiran, has described the relationship between Ife and Oyo as that of a father to his last born, stressing that it requires little debate. Ogundiran, the Cardis Collins Professor of Arts and Sciences at Northwestern University, Evanston, USA, made this remark while delivering the faculty distinguished alumnus lecture at the University of Ibadan on Tuesday. Speaking on the topic, Ancient History for the Present, the Challenge of Ancestral Yoruba Cosmopolitanism in Post-Colonial Nigeria, the historian explained that Ile-Ife, the home of abundance, is the ancestral land that continues to define Yoruba kingship. We cannot personally, I'll take that again, quote, we cannot personalize history and reduce it to the personalities of two individuals who happen to occupy the royal stools of their ancestors. The relationship between Oyo and Ife is like that between a father and his last born. Oyo was the last of the major kingdoms that emerged from Ife, so the relationship does not require much debate, he said. According to him, Ile-Ife not only laid the political foundation, but also developed the economic, religious, intellectual, and philosophical basis of Yoruba kingship as far back as the 11th century AD. Ogundiran, who has studied the Oyo Empire for over 2 decades, added that history shows clearly that Ife predates Oyo. There was an older Ife Empire that lasted between 1200 and 1420. The Oyo Empire emerged 150 years after its collapse, he noted. The historian emphasized that Yoruba monarchy has never been based on one person, but on a shared structure involving kings, advisors, princes, and princesses. The office of Ooni exists, and whoever occupies it has legitimacy, just as the office of Alaafin does. The focus should be on the institution, not personal rivalries. Describing the recent disputes between the Ooni of Ife and the Alaafin of Oyo as an unfortunate distraction, Ogudiran urged monarchs to invest in research, create museums, and support the preservation of Yoruba history instead of trading supremacy claims. There is no Alaafin of Yoruba land and no Ooni of Yoruba land. There is only the Alaafin of Oyo and the Ooni of Ife. The Yoruba identity, when first written in the 17th century, referred to all Yoruba-speaking people, stretching from the present-day Nigeria into Benin Republic and Togo, he stated. One second, there's another one where he also spoke. I'll quickly find that. So I put something out a while back, and somebody decided in their wisdom to tag me, and then the person said, go and listen to so and so. He's the one that knows the true history of Oyo. You know. Again, I think we have. Let me tell you something. So I have an academic background. I'll say it this way. I was talking to my mentor, and we were talking about referencing system and citations in Yoruba tradition. We're talking about how you write something and then you say according to this person, according to that person. And he said that stuff that we're talking about in the academia is something that is present, obtainable in Yoruba tradition. For instance, if a person wants to perform, they'll first say Iba. Wajuba àwọn aṣáájú, wajuba gba àwọn tó ń bẹ wọ́n ní Ìbà ń wọ́n ní or Ìbà ń wọ́n mọ́. That it's citation. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this. Whenever I want to make certain statements or say certain things, I say, oh, let me read from this, let me read from that. It's not that I don't remember these things or I can't just say them. But you see, history is not story, where you can just be forming things and be imputing whatever you think is necessary to make it, to spice it up, and to change things based on your whims and caprices. That's not how history works.
They also quote people.
And you discover that the people we read, they also quote people. I was reading a thesis, was it yesterday? No, it was 2 days ago. I was reading a thesis 2 days ago. And the lady, she's a doctor, the PhD thesis, she was referring to an old man in a village where she got the particular information. You can't just act like you manufactured it. Like, there's got to be Baba Kombi Kon, Ya Kombi Kon, Ewe Kombi Kon. You did not just come up with it because you were not there. So when people tell me to go and listen to somebody, is it the person that was telling you that Herodotus wrote about Ife that I should go and listen to, and you think you are serious? And I'm not going to mention anybody's name, but it's a joke. I can learn from anybody, but I don't like this idea where people assume that a person saying that they know this stuff must be heard because they claim to know it and nobody should. No, without any source, without reference to anything, anybody, we're just talking. Even Samuel Johnson, who wrote the book, told us how he got it, and that's the reason we don't agree with some of the things he wrote. When he wrote about Ife, he didn't get it from Ife. When he went to Ibadan, he told us when he went to Ibadan. He told us when he went to Oyo. He told us the ones he got from where he got them from, and that's why we believe those ones. History is not based on Kini and I know I'm putting things out there on this whole Oyo or if I think I'm going to eventually go into it, but again, maybe not yet. But it's not going to be based on I want to prove that this person. I don't want to prove anything. I'm just going to give you the evidence that you will now choose what the truth is.
So that person,
You decide. So that person, all this I've been saying, I'm responding to you. That thing you're writing doesn't make sense. Suggesting people's names based on, people that change story every now and then, that write whatever they feel like writing. When you ask questions, they are off. Suggesting them to me is, you are not very wise.
I mentioned books a lot, not because books are better than.
And again, I mention books a lot, not because books are better than what people have said. It's because books contain what people have said. Before you guys came along with your revision, that's the issue. And that's why we take, and the books that are wrong also, we'll say it's based on the sources of the information, not because it's published. A thing is not anathema because it's in a book. We don't want book in this matter. Are you dumb? Are you not Yoruba?
That's why we're Yoruba.
Yeah, Yoruba. Today we're discussing free education. That's why we're Yoruba.
We're Yoruba people. You're supposed to be able to prove what you're
We're Yoruba people.
This morning,
You're supposed to be able to prove what you're saying. You're supposed to be able, this morning, let me make you laugh. No, not I won't make you laugh. I won't go into that thing. I don't want to make anything out of it. But I was watching an interview this morning, and the person was quoting SFR. So one, he mentioned the Odu. So I brought out some of the books. I was looking for that particular Odu, so I found what he was saying. Another one, he quoted it, but he didn't give us reference. So I now had to pause the video. I was now searching. I know it's difficult if it's paper. It's easier if it's digital. I was searching. So I said to go online to see if anybody had talked about that particular Odu before, or SFR. Somebody now quoted the Odu. So I now discovered that I now found that Odu or that SFR in a book. But I know some people say, if it's in a book, it's a lie. I'm like, you are Yoruba. Why are you afraid of books? Show me any. Anyway, since your anchor, I noticed that Ento koko so baba to kifa yen awon o so bi to wa Ento so bi to wa o ti fi kun òun sọ ibi tó wà bọ̀ ìgbà tó ń kí ifá bóyá kọ́ síta ó ti fi kún ó ti fi bí lines méjì kan kún nǹkan tó ń sọ. Èmi wá kọ̀wé bí mélòó kan tó ní odù yẹn nínú ń wá rí i pé bàbá yìí wọ́n correct wọ́n lè má sọ bàbá yìí ló ṣe tó dáa wọ́n lè má sọ ẹsẹ̀ fáyẹn gbọ́ ṣùgbọ́n at least ó kéré kó kéré wọ́n ti sọ nǹkan tó wà nù ẹ̀ nǹkan tó wà nù ẹ̀ yẹn ó wá ṣe bákan náà pẹ̀lú nǹkan tèmi tán ti kọ sílẹ̀ fáwa. Now here's the point. Let's assume that the gentleman's own, the one that quoted, the source, was the first one I saw. I would believe it, and sometimes you may not even check it. Whatever system you're not able to prove or fact check is the same thing as go and verify. You are lying to people. You know it in your heart. Or you are maybe not full lie, you're the Atram, like that one that was adding to SFR. I'm like, what would you gain from adding to the SFR? And I know exactly what it was doing. I'm not going to talk about it. Like, what are you going to get from adding to it? You're trying to infer something that Ifa did not say. But you see, when you talk like that, why are you questioning it? Why are you questioning it? I'm like, but you're Yoruba, you should question it.
I mentioned the sources so you can read them.
So all this, if I say anything, please, I mention the sources so you can read them, and then you can question. You can even ask me like, I don't want book. Let me just tell you, go and listen to Kiniko. The person you're talking about is somebody that we already about. I won't spoil anybody. But we are all learning. But anybody that comes around as an island of everything, nah, we don't take them seriously because of our own background. We prefer those who, because Babalawo said by me, wọ́n máa ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ èèyàn kan pé wọ́n máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara wọn gbà míì, you know, irú fún àpẹẹrẹ ojú fátà ń sọ ok ọ̀rọ̀ fáì máa kúrò lórí ẹ̀sìn. Ojú fátà ń sọ ifá tà ń sọ gangan, Ọ̀rúnmìlà kan ló kọ ifá ọ̀ kí ni pé bẹ́ẹ̀ òun ló kàn sọ gbogbo ẹ̀ padà ó yá gbogbo ẹ̀ bó ṣe ń flow ló kàn. Each person has something that will contribute to that other person, who also contribute to the other person, like that kind of relationship. That relationship that they have. So this one has something, this one has something, you can get something from this one, you can get something from this one, and then together. Not that somebody just come and say, oh, the 256 skinny coin is in my head. Which is possible, but I invented it. It came from my inside because I was born with it. Are you a historian? Whatever you think I am is whatever. You say it. If it is, I'll not tell you if it is so. I dare say that Oromila is not even the last born, he's a grandson. And we're putting this thing out. If you get angry with me over it, that's your business. I don't really care for your... So you must say it in a way, I don't care. By now, you guys should know that. I mean, if I can say things about people, the important thing for me is respect. So you're not saying it to disrespect the throne, you're not saying it to disrespect the people, but I don't pander. All this nonsense about kò really matter. Tí ó bá matter, ẹ ṣe gbé lérí. I didn't mention Oromila, I mentioned Oromiyan, not Oromila. Oh, we are all one. We are all one, but you are not the father of your grandfather. Go and sit down somewhere. If you have a problem with that, that's entirely your business. People should stop being stupid with this rewriting that's going on. And some of the videos are going to come out. But I'm going to make sure that when we are going to do Oyo, it will not be... But I'm hitting law. But I'm saying, wait, to dark. Torí báwo máa ń pè ná bá ṣe ń pa kan nìkan rúwé. Ìgbà kan lọ́kàn pè mí pé kán sọ̀rọ̀ lórí nǹkan pé rárá kò tí ì yá ó sì ń já ràn-ìràn. Ẹgbìnrin ọ̀tẹ̀ ni ó sì ń já ràn-ìràn. Mo ní ó sì ń já ràn-ìràn máa pé tó bá tún dọjọ́ mi. Bọ̀tọ̀ akú díẹ̀ ká débi tá máa sísọ ẹgbìnrin ọ̀tẹ̀ bó ṣe ń pa kan nìkan tún rú ó tún ti rúwé. Ó tún ti ń rú àbáwọn ṣe ń sọ bó ṣe ń pa kan nìkan rú. So hopefully kò ní sí commit tó ń rú, then we can really talk about the history without having to, you know, because I don't like using history to tassy anybody. And I'll say this, Oyo was a very, very great entity. It was a very great entity, right? And what it was will be said. What it is will be said. And we should not dalurupo mosakpa. We know exactly what's up. Yeah, we know exactly what's up. And like somebody just wrote here, he was quoting SFACO. Oni olukuluko to ni. Olukulukan ko to ni. All them buy jet on buy jet on. Amazon is the government that caused it. You're literally, I mean, I wasn't anyway, let's just do better. History doesn't care about your feelings. And that's what I think is my history I don't really like. But guess what? History doesn't care. I have to come to terms with the fact of history. Just simple. And if we all do that, we can build a powerful country. All right. So that was from any professor that's worth his salt will say the same thing. Any Babalawo that's worth his salt will say the exact same thing. What does that tell you? It's telling you that the professors do not just make up their minds from the thin air. And when you have divergence, there's still a connection in it. And I've studied this thing. When you have divergence of opinions, you see there's still this nexus. There's a place where they connect. So hopefully we can learn from that. But yeah, Olukoluko Otoni. let us move on. So there's something I'm looking at right now in Baba's book that talks about the investment of the Western region into other spaces. But today we're going to discuss education. But before we get into that, like we always do, we're going to have the next few minutes because we spent some time on the news. We had some issues with internet, with YouTube, but we're good now. Let me read some comments here. I was in Singapore in 2023. I was pained when I learned we got independence almost. Sorry, I laughed. He said I was pained when I learned we got independence almost the same time, and we were literally in the same position at that time. I think we were better than Singapore at that time. That's the crazy part.
Singapore had nothing.
We're not at the same point. We're better than Singapore at that time. Singapore had nothing. Singapore had two things. I really one thing, to be honest. Location. That's all Singapore had. Location. They now built around that advantage. The port, which was there before independence, by the way, built by the Dutch before the British took over. Then, of course, when it was their turn, they were already part of Malaysia before they were now. Malaysia just said, Shemo. I mean, the video is on YouTube. You see Lee Kuan Yew crying.
Lee Kuan Yew talked about Nigeria in his book.
Because he brought very better.
From third world to first.
Lee Kuan Yew talked about Nigeria in his book now. From third world to first. Please, it's a good book. Man, there are good books out there, man. How a person, and you can also, if you don't have the time for, you can also watch documentaries, interviews of Lee Kuan Yew. There's a Harvard series. There's one he did with this British guy. Just, if we had followed this man, that's what we'll be. This is the only one who has a solid plan for the country. What Lee Kuan Yew had that we didn't have, or that we didn't have, we still don't have. One other thing that he had, he had that we didn't have and that we still don't have, is a clear majority ethnic group. That thing, the more you think about it, just look around the world. The more you think about it, the more you understand why Africa is where it is. Lee Kuan Yew had a clear majority ethnic group. We don't have that. That's our major problem. Where Awolowo was able to have his own clear majority ethnic group, look at what he did. We're going to talk about it today. 75% of Singapore is Chinese. That is something that those who discuss the greatness of these countries don't mention. I was watching, Singapore, was populated by peasants from China, right? And Lee Kuan Yew was talking about the philosophy that undergirded what they were doing. It was a Confucian philosophy.
It was Confucian philosophy.
Confucius, China. Was Confucian philosophy. They may not be in China, but they are Chinese in that space. Therefore, they use Chinese philosophy to build their own space. And towards the end of his life, when they were asking him for regrets, so one of the things that he shouldn't have done was to make English, what it was, like essentially put down the other languages. And that's why if you notice from the time he was in his 70s up until the end, he was always making reference to China. He was trying to also help rediscover that cultural thing for the next generation. That's why I say system is not about the planes and the trains and the infrastructure. It's the unseen thing that makes this thing work. Or the unseen thing that makes these things work. The cultural norms, the value system, the ethos of the people. I'm Yoruba, I'm Oluabi. What does it mean? Does that mean anything to anybody else in Nigeria?
And the society doesn't frown at it.
There are people who will do anything to make a quick buck. And the society doesn't frown at it.
A system where it's unity in nature, where all of us must be united.
And I'm supposed to build with those people in a system where it's unity in nature, where all of us must be united. It doesn't make sense.
That's why, personally, I don't like.
It doesn't make sense.
I don't like the state.
And that's why personally, I don't like saying that the best. I don't like the statement or the phrase "the good old days." I don't like it. I think it puts your mind in the past, and nobody drives forward looking in the rear view mirror. You can't be looking in the rear mirror and driving forward like accident or my accident. That's why I don't like saying the good old days. But to be honest, right, the best times, and I hope we surpass it soon, would be when we had general system. Because an Igbo person will not come and tell a Yoruba person what to do in his region. It's only when we get to Nigeria that come and speak terrible English. We must unite. That unity nonsense. Nobody is talking about unity in Singapore. They're already 75% Chinese. And the remaining two groups share about 20%. 15-20%. That's the Indians and the Malays. When you go to Malaysia, the major group is the Malays. Then you have the Indians and minority Indians and Chinese. In Singapore, it's majority Chinese. These things, please watch it. I'm even glad you brought this Singapore thing up. Watch his interviews. The way he talks about China. One day, he was saying that he asked the question, what's the name of this Chinese leader after Chairman Mao? His name is pronunciation on you, not Shanumi. There's a D somewhere there. There's a chi somewhere there. Anyway, he was saying that what would he have been? God bless you, Deng Xiaoping. Thank you. Be safe and secured. Be safe. Good to see you. What your matter? Exactly. That's the name. He said they were having a conversation, and it was like, what would he be if he was in China? If they had to trade places, what does that man think? Where does that man think? Would he be able to lead China the way he's leading Singapore? And the man said, if they traded places, that's Xiaoping in Singapore would have been the head, but that Lee Kuan Yew may not have been that because there are so many people, moving at the same time, and yet China had to travel to Singapore. See, the definition of China went to China is actually what happened between Xiaoping and Lee Kuan Yew. They traveled to small Singapore to learn how to do certain things. Singapore sent lecturers to their universities after a while, because at the beginning they were learning in Singapore, and then they started looking for a way to introduce capitalism into the system they had, and they just rebuilt everything. The point I'm trying to make is this: even regardless of the size, that mindset does something to a people. Nigeria has no culture, Nigeria has no value system, and I'm not saying it is bad. It is what it is. You can't force it. I was talking with some elders last week, and they were talking about Nigeria. I was like, what's Nigeria's culture? Football. What again? Jollof rice, and maybe the ability to suffer under whatever condition and eventually, just thrive. Not even thrive. Shall come out of it. Just adapt. That's the word. Adapt. Adaptability. Three things: football, jollof rice, and adaptability. Or some people call it tenacity. That's all we have. How do you behave in public? We don't know. Because what is moral to me, I've discovered in some places, and it's not in the same country, they don't care about it. So what does that mean? To break up? Not necessarily. To create a structure that factors these differences into it. So it's not like you break everybody, but you create a structure that allows people to be who they are in their spaces and grow based on that. If you don't want to have a king, you don't have a king. If you have a problem with education, if you want to have an Islamic state, for instance, you have it. Some states just came up with interesting laws last week. DJ can't play music. Am I against it? No. It's in their region. They can do whatever they want to do. But we have to make it real. Not that in one place, some people cannot go there and go and play DJ music because they won't get DJ to play music for them because they know that they are in the north. But when they get to Yoruba land, they'll be telling you that we know one Nigeria. How do you confund Bati?
You can't come to my place and tell me what to do. The same way you would never go to the north.
So you have to create that kind of structure that you can't come to my place and tell me what to do. The same way you would never go to the north and tell them that you want to dance in public or you want to drink in front of the Emir's palace. But we shouldn't just be having these things that people can see. That issue for me, I think, is one of the problems we are having. But if we can structure our country, not necessarily to say, oh, let us go, everybody go to your separate, but at least just create something that allows for our differences. Not that Because there will always be different. Even to the granular level, you always have differences. So the point is not break because of difference. The point is structure. Not just with unity in mind, but with diversity in mind.
And becoming blind to
You have people structuring with this first concept of unity
what does that mean?
and becoming blind to diversity as though we are one. What does that mean? Somebody says some want to go against it, but people always go against it.
Ó máa ń dùn èmi ṣá o, torí bí wọ́n
Just-
ṣe àgbọ̀n ni torí àwọn ìlú kan
Ó máa ń dùn èmi ṣá o torí bí ìgbà tó yẹ pé àgbọn ni ṣá torí ẹ máa wo àwọn ìlú kan
wọ́n kọ́ nìkan kan
àwọn olùtàn pariwo pé wọ́n da yìí ṣe bí wọ́n ṣera wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ṣe bí wọ́n gbogbo wọn kọ́ nìkan kan náà
wọ́n tẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó jọ ń ṣe
ṣe bí wọ́n ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé oníkálukú máa wà láàyè rẹ̀ wọ́n tẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó jọ ń ṣe pọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n oníkálukú máa lè tiẹ̀ dàbí pé òkè mo dá wà ewu làbúrò ogun ìkànkan náà ni wá tipá tí kúkú ó ga ọ ẹ jẹ́ gbá òyìnbó gòkè ní tí mo rò tó. I'll bring people up, we'll have a little chit chat, and then we'll get into the topic of today. Thank you for listening. And the last bit is just me just wondering, like, what's up? Like, because you see white people, nobody say they're white past you now. And by the way, Singapore is not even white, you know, and I want you know to now got on say, mute. Once you get up, please mute. May God help us, man. May God help us. And may some of us here rise to that space where you can actually make changes. Not to destroy anything, just to factor in diversity in the structuring of a complex space like Nigeria. That's all. Please, you have to mute, please. We're going to start with smile. We're going to time ourselves. It might be no. I won't time you until I have to. So smile, please go on. You're the first person.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say 2 points to us to just let us know, just like you were talking about, we're talking somewhere and we're talking about what we really have in even Tabani region. You know, it will be very difficult for us to be able to, because there's no way we will not be interrelating or be doing business together. That for education example, some regions are there that there is no standard for transparency when it comes to results of education, and how do we, except we have federal government or federal body that is in charge of education, or especially final educations that gives student results to go to university or to go to institution. It will be very difficult because some people will just allow their corruption to just have a leeway, while others are reading, and they will still come to the region of those people to compete. And that's why you see the majority of some kids that are doing well in some part of the country, they, even though they score 220 or 230, other people from other area where corruption is something that is just going free day, they will come there and take over their own position. That is, and if we apply that, we can apply that to other area. They are saying they need what do you call it, seaports, need how do we know exactly what they bring into the country? And immediately it enters the country, how do we make sure it doesn't flow to everywhere? That's on that. I think because like what you said, like Singapore, I used to have interaction with the Singaporean. I tell you, Singaporean don't think about anything. As a matter of fact, one of them told me, he said, for somebody to wake up, apart from a child that decide I want to save the world, an average Singaporean will not just wake up and say, I want to become a doctor, kilo fe fishy, or I want to become this. Not because he doesn't need it, but he will only do things because he passionately needed it. Sometimes some of these courses that in Africa or in Nigeria, the reason why we rise up and say, oh, I want to, because sometimes because of poverty, and because we want just to lay hold of something that will give us something, or that we think we will earn more from there. And if everybody becomes doctor, who will become diploma, who will become this and that? And that is all I just want to say. Thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your submission. That was very good. I have something to say, but I've been speaking for long, so I'm going to hold on to that till later. Let's have Abdul Rahman, I think. Abdul Rahman Abdullahi. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello,
Abdul
Prof.
Rahman Abdullahi. Yes, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very well. It has been a
Awesome.
while. I think I phoned in like 3 months ago, and I had a very
I was told that you were just
fruitful discussion with you.
somebody told me earlier. Say apart from the car,
I was told that I'm dressing like your people today. Somebody told me earlier. Say apart from the cap, say I look like Buhari. Is it true?
Though you are not as how can I say it, as rigid as he is, maybe. Number one, I saw one of your discussion with one Igbo gentleman about the relationship or historical relationship between the Igala and Igbos. First of all, as a northerner, I am 100% aligned with you, not based on sentiment, but based on the historical connection and relation between the Hausala kingdoms, especially Zaria and Igala. For example, Konamina of Zazzau's history can never be told without mentioning Igala, one Igala appearance. So in as much as I align myself with you, based on the historical fact, not based on sentiment, as a someone that I like and I respect, and I always enjoy watching you, even if I did not decide to phone in to contribute or to ask. Simply because you are rare in the Southwest, because you are one of the few people that I love watching, because you don't have single eye, you don't have single story. You always try to go out of the box to have a balanced decent history. You did not confine yourself within a cocoon called Southwest. You understand? Whatever you learned or you had, to restrict yourself to that. You are not that intellectually lazy. You always try to go out and get the other version. I really, really respect you about that. Papa, more than Professor Wole Shunka or any other, those great guys that have been pampered. Yeah, no, I'm telling you the truth. Because of your ability to have your two eyes, you understand? And if our brothers, Igbos, will understand you, you are not their enemy.
Thank you.
You are trying to help them to at least understand themselves. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be insulted or something like that. But the truth remains, you are trying to help them to recover themselves, to know themselves, so that they can readjust to fit into the other societies of the country. Why I say so? I saw one video in TikTok last 3 days. I tried to send it to you in your personal DM. I don't know how to do it because I'm not a man of social media. The content of the video is this. One Hausa journalist interviewing one of the businessmen in Kano. So one of the problem that he was explaining to the journalist that they had experienced in the contemporary market over the years was this. When the Oka and others, what do you call five major coups? Is it five major coup or whatever you call it? Be patient with my poor English.
It's okay.
He said at that time, Igbos made a frantic effort to confiscate. In fact, they even confiscated their shops. You will just wake up, come to the market, and realize that you lost your shop to an Igbo man. I'm not saying whether this is true or not. You understand? But I try to link it up with your position, which some of everything about Igbo's issues, where you said the problem with Igbo is structural problem, not individual. Many people don't understand the power of these words or statements. Had it been they understand the power of this structural problem, I think you wouldn't have wasted your time for so long trying to help them. To me, you are trying to help them. You are not their enemy. Before I move to the second point, I want to advise you, Prof. Try to be more tolerant. I know it's not easy. The way God bless your platform and God bless you with this vast knowledge of history, you should expect different kind of characters to come up on your platform. I know you are doing your best, but you need to do more. And another thing, another area that you need to improve is the humility. Please, try to improve your humility. You have it, but try to improve it. Then I agree with you 100% when you said there is need to restructure our country in such a way that we will have something that we can export apart from football, music, which you forgot to add, Afro music, which we are leading in Africa, jollof rice and whatever. I agree with you 100% that we should respect, each tribe or section, it cannot try to understand the other culture and tradition, so he should try to respect their way of living. If you cannot learn and understand their way of living, at least let him respect their destiny. I agree with you 100%, because there is power in this country called Nigeria. You understand? That's my opinion. We, the Northerners, are at the receiving end of remaining Nigeria united. But many people will not understand the suffering of the masses.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Thank you very much. That is the benefit of discussing with an educated man or person. The reason why I said we are at the receiving end, and let me make it further. It will even be far better if we are out of Nigeria, corporate citizens of Nigeria. Number one, yes, we dominated in the history of Nigeria. we were only pilcher change in 3 different times highest four. But apart from that, our so-called leaders or useless elites have been always on the top. But it has become cost to us, just like the way oil-rich areas in Niger Delta, the oil become cost to them. That is how the leadership become cost to us, we the Northerners. You are in Nigeria. As someone who graduated and even attended NYSC or could go through the NYSC process, I believe you may have.
You're going to take 2 more minutes.
Okay. Those elites are not helping us in terms of bringing investment, in terms of helping us. We Northerners don't need government apart from assisting us in 3 areas. Number 1, agric. Number 2, education. Number 3, security. Let me tell you one thing. What is happening right now in Zamfara State is child-flayed compared to what happened in Borno State. Many people will argue with me, but because the sponsors of Boko Haram have different agenda with the sponsors of, they might be the same, but different purpose. The Boko Haram issue was well publicized, while the issue of Zamfara State is always underreported. Always underreported, Prof. I cannot go further because I don't have time. So if the leadership of Northerners cannot help us in the area of agric, education, security, then tell me what is it apart from cost. As I'm talking to you today, Zamfara State is no longer part of the country. It is all Zamfara State is only in Nigerian constitution because they are receiving monthly federal allocation. Which, if Zamfara has peace, Zamfara doesn't need money from the center. God has blessed Zamfara by every standard in terms of fertile land, in terms of mineral resources. God bless Zamfara State with precious stone more than any state in Nigeria. I stand to be corrected. That is second aspect. Number 2, I would like you to help me with your maybe WhatsApp number that we can share some things so that I can benefit from your vast knowledge, and in areas where I cannot, in areas where I have little information or I need more education that has to do with the Southwest, I would like to ask you to educate me. You understand? Because when I was growing up, you know, as a typical Hausa Fulani man from the north, I must start with Islamic school before I go to the Western school. The first educated people that I used to hear in Islamic school, what you call Al-Majiri school, from the Yoruba land, like Sheikh Balogun. Sheikh Balogun is very, very, very popular, more than you can imagine in northern Nigeria. His books are been taught in northern Nigeria because he gave so much contribution to Islamic knowledge. You understand? And I believe Sheikh Balogun exists in Lagos, I believe, or he migrated to Lagos later. I don't know his full history because I didn't read his book, but I know he is well respected in northern Nigeria. So, but when it comes to politics, there are certain things that might be true or not. For example,
you're going to have to round up in 30 seconds.
Okay, for example, the way Southwestern people, whenever they come to the power, even though I shouldn't go to that area because of my position in APC, but Northerners have this notion that whenever Yoruba come to power at the center, they came with hate and vengeance against Northerners, trying to cripple them in any way. That is number one. Number two, what Awolowo make sure that he align new people along his school of thoughts of tribalism and tribalism issues, you understand? And things like that. So that is why I said I would like to have your WhatsApp number so that
All right.
where I don't have knowledge or limited knowledge or what I had from our elite, we can compare notes.
All right.
Because there are things that I have maybe facts.
Let me just give you. So the best way to reach me is on Telegram, and my username is Busui Oris on Telegram. And
Busui
Oris, the name up here, Busui.
Okay, I can see it on the screen. I can see it on the screen.
Busui-Oris. Yeah. So please
On Instagram.
on Telegram.
Oh, Telegram.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So with Telegram
I'll
you
download
can.
it.
Yeah, it's just like WhatsApp, but instead of the phone number, you can just use the username. Once you search for Busui Oris, you'll find me. Right.
Okay.
But
What
thank you very much.
You are available that I can, whenever I'm free, I can try to reach out to you.
Yeah, just send a message. If I'm available at that moment, I'll respond. If not, I'll respond whenever I have the time. But I will definitely respond.
Thank you very much, bro. May God bless
Thank you, sir.
I really
Amen.
appreciate
Amen.
you. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, you said a lot of things, but I won't even bother trying to. But I mean, yeah. Thank you for the things you said. You know, humility. We'll keep trying. I'll keep trying. We'll keep working on it. We try, but God will help us. So work on that. The Yoruba Awolowo did not give us tribalism. Didn't give us tribalism. He gave us a sense of pride in who we are. And I think that's what everybody should have, right? That sense of, this is mine. I'm going to take care of it. This belongs to me. Like, this is. But again, this is the crazy part. We're going to get into it in these books. What Awolowo did, I don't even think we can do it anymore in Nigeria. And I'm trying to answer two questions at the same time, but without going deep because of time. Somebody mentioned earlier about, I think it was Smile, that, you know, when we're in the same country, you can't stop people from moving around. You see, let me quickly say something. And I know you didn't say it, but I could infer that, it's one of the talking points of those who want, like a breakup. And I get it. Like, it's a brilliant, it's an understandable thing, I should say. But, you see, even if you have your nation, others will still come in there. For instance, right now, Nigerians are in Ghana. They are not Ghanaians, but they are in West Africa. There's ECOWAS. If you have a nation right now, most likely you're going to be part of ECOWAS. People are going to trade, move around. See, the thing is this. Whether you are within Nigeria or you are outside Nigeria, you must have a structure that allows for protection of the people. 1 second. Well,
Sorry about that. You have to have a system that protects you. Let me give an example. In the UK, and I've said this several times.
sorry about that. You have to have a system that protects you. Let me give an example. In the UK, and I've said this several times, in the UK, if let's say you are from Belfast and you go to school in Ireland, your school fees is cheaper or would be cheaper than what somebody from England would pay in Belfast. As an Irish student, you pay about 4,600 thereabout pounds. Anyone who comes in from Scotland will pay about 9,600, almost 10,000 pounds in the same country, and you're both citizens.
What
What are you doing?
You will have that's why we say structure.
That's where you already said this one is primarily for my own people. If you want to come, it will be at an extra cost to you. In other words, if you don't come, like, we are good. You have that's why we say structure. If you go to Scotland, if you go to school in Aberdeen, for instance, or let's say in Glasgow, and you are Scottish, what you are paying, in fact, for the most part, you will not pay anything as a Scottish. If you, let's say, and you travel from Wales to Scotland, you will pay that same 9,000 plus. What are you? It's protecting your own. Let me give an example. Recent times, conversation on Twitter, and people will say, "Oh, look at this school in Ghana and this school in Nigeria." And people from the southeast always say that Nigeria is worse than Ghana. And I used to say, why do they think like this? Until I really understood where they are coming from. The schools in the region are dilapidated. I don't have that kind of frame of reference as a Yoruba person who went to school in Ife. Like, what do they have? I mean, I went to Ife. There is, whether it's the structure, the architecture, the horticulture, there is beauty all around. So I'm wondering where they're coming from. They're coming from a place where there's potholes everywhere they go. There's potholes everywhere. There is you.
Yes. Sorry, I have my little nephew. Right. So the
Sorry, I have my little nephew. Right. So the thing is, whatever they are saying that Nigerian, they are using their own frame of reference, and they are right to do that. But maybe they should not say Nigeria. They should mention they are part of Nigeria. The thing is that if you want to come into you cannot scatter your place and then overwhelm my space. I must be able to protect my own people in my space, and that is not tribalism. That is common sense. Even America, that is, home of the free, land of the brave, you have in-state fees. If you are from that state, your fees will be different from the person coming from the neighboring state. Why? Because they are protecting. There's something for those people that are from there. There has to be something that belongs exclusively to them. So, whether you have your nation or not, why do you think Ghana is saying right now that if you want to do business in Ghana, you must be in the wholesale sector? You are not doing retail business in Ghana as an outsider. It's structure. You can't be selling Meta 5 Naira if you don't have trucks packed, right, with warehouses everywhere. You can't do business in Ghana. And if you think that's tribalism, it's because you are not thinking. It's because you are just not thinking. The truth is that is the way to protect their own people. Once the entry point is too porous, so to speak, that means that the poorest of the poor amongst the people would have to compete with somebody from another place, which means that now you are making, what's the word now? It's like dislocating or disempowering their people. So the idea of having a nation being separate because they always move, no matter what you do, they will always move. The question is this: can you work right now in a system that allows you to protect your people, even in Nigeria? And I think it's possible. Displace, that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Concilium. You are displacing them. You can have, if the UK, I mean, UK is a United Kingdom. You can't travel from Belfast to Edinburgh and tell them that, we're all United Kingdom citizens, I must pay the same fees. No, you're not. Because something belongs to those who are from that place. And you are not from that place. And if you want to die on that, there's a transformer not too far away. Like, it's just basic common sense. But it's just Nigeria where And again, if you look through our history, there is one group that's always constantly using the word unity. The Northerners have learned that word now. They've learned that word, and I hope, they also don't get, because I'm beginning to hear it these days, unity. You see, once I begin to hear unity, I'm always suspecting people. Before, I didn't used to suspect, I used to think that, we're all children of God. But when I started seeing what this thing means to different groups of people, I'm like, no, I want unity, but not your kind of unity, where you erase all the lines. So I think that, and that's why I said Nigeria can work, but not like this. And what we need to do is to structure. You can't structure based on this abstract idea of unity. Structure based on the goal of unity, but with the reality of diversity. Unity is a goal, diversity is a reality, and both must be factored into whatever system you are creating for yourselves in Nigeria. And the funny thing, this is what they do everywhere in the world, though. Nobody say they're smart pass also, but we get there. And the other thing you said about Awolowo, we'll talk about it as we go on because of time. But thank you very much for speaking of Abdurrahman, my brother. By the way, Igbos, like you said, I'm helping sincerely. There's no ill will towards anybody. It's just that when you discover what has happened in history, sincerely, if you're an Igbo person and you read these things, if somebody else had done, let's say Yoruba people do them, now you would curse. If somebody came in the other day and said, why can't you just curse them out and say what's on your mind? How can you know all these things and you're not saying? I'm like, the reason I'm not saying is because I know these things. You see, if you take a bit of information about what has happened and you run with it, I can assure you, you will curse everybody out. You will curse everybody out. You will be fighting, you'll be insulting people. That's not what I'm doing. And I'll tell you why. Because once you go beyond the... So 1 second, please. Once you go beyond the surface and you go deeper, and you know the weight of words, even if you are talking to just two people, let alone as God helps us and we're able to talk to many more people, you don't want to go into that space. So I'll say for the Easterners, there are two groups. 1 second, let me finish this. 1 second. 1 second. You're going to speak. Just let me finish. There are two groups. There's a group. Please mute for a second. I'll let you speak maybe like 30 seconds once I'm done. There are two groups. There's a group of people who are ignorant, and guys, they're not just exclusive to South. I mean, even people. Me, I was ignorant at the point. So all of us were ignorant at the point. So you don't know what's happening. So that's why you think I hate you. Or number two, you know I am right, but you don't want me to speak. The first group I can work with. Why? Everybody was ignorant at different points in time in their lives. So I've been there. That's why I try to be as gentle as possible. I'm not perfect. I'm human. But we're working on this, right? We can respectfully explain to ourselves and learn these things. But if you're the one that wants me to shut up, you are the one that your ear will have to go deaf. You have to be deaf. And that will be on you. The process of you going deaf, that one is totally on you. I don't know how to help you, but that's the only thing you can do. Deaf and blind. You won't see, because you will see this thing on Facebook, you see it on Instagram, you see it on TikTok, you see it on YouTube, you see it everywhere. You see it on Twitter, you see it on TV, you see it on your phone, you see it on your wristwatch, you see it everywhere. So it's either you are blind or you go deaf, then you are safe. Even the blind that hears will still hear it. So I don't have any business with those ones. They're just manipulative clowns. But if you're ignorant of these things, trust me, we don't share these things to trigger anybody or to demean anybody. But history is history. And especially in Nigeria, where those who are actually the ones who caused Wahala are the ones who cannot keep their mouth shut, but will rather blame everybody else for their predicament. If you keep blaming me for what your fathers did, at some point I'm going to have to speak up and say, maybe you go dig your father up from the grave and talk to him about it. Like, it's not on me. If I speak like that, don't say I'm being harsh. You've been harsh for 60 years. You've lied. You've called me names. Entire ethnic group. You say your Bible are this, they are cowards, they are betrayers. And I go through history. Every single point you go through, the person who is calling you the traitor is actually just performing acts of treachery. Every single corner. I can't keep quiet about it. I'm not going to use it to, I'm not weaponizing it against you, to be clear.
That's it.
But I can't take that insult anymore, especially when I'm not your father. I don't have to take it.
But it doesn't mean I hate.
That's it. But it doesn't mean I hate you. I'm just trying to explain to you, this is what happened.
Exact same tax.
But it doesn't mean I'm not even blaming you. The point I begin to blame you is when you begin to use the exact same tactics of your parents.
And even then
Then I know that you are actually very, very intentional about it. And even then, I don't hate you. But I'm not going to just take it.
all right.
You're not all that.
30 seconds. I'll go to
That's
the-
it. But it is well. All right, Abdurrahman, 30 seconds. I will go to Perism, please.
Okay, serious. Abdurrahman, are you there? Okay, maybe he's busy.
Kem, you're not serious. Abdurrahman, are you there? Okay, maybe he's busy. Let's go to Perism. We'll come back to Abdurrahman. Maybe, I think we need to add something.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Proper. This one is very simple. I think I talk about 3 points. We agreed on 2 points.
Oh, which one don't we agree on? But we have to make this very fast, though. Which one?
Number one, about the whatever you may call it, either reorganizing or restructuring or whatever.
Okay.
Yes, I said I align myself with you. I agree with you 100%, if you can recall.
Yeah.
And then the second point that we have agreed, that is how I understand it. And thank God I read your mind perfectly by saying that you are not an enemy of Igbo, rather you are trying to help them to awake, to know their history, or to have at least 2 stories, not single story, so that they can know how to fit into other parts of the country and their hosting communities. Thank God I read your mind very well. And the only aspect that I have little issue with you is that when I mentioned the issue that has to do with the Southwest, I didn't talk in definitive manner.
Okay.
Rather, I said I would like to have a way of communicating with you.
No.
So
no,
that
but no.
I can.
I think you are getting me wrong now. I don't think you were attacking the Southwest, though. I don't think you were.
Bad and good. You understand? So these are the gray area
Yes.
that I said I would like to chat with you privately in order to trash them
Absolutely.
out, so that we can exchange. For example,
Don't do example, though. You have done 30 seconds.
It may
You have to
surprise you.
move. We have to move on. But I will.
you must allow me to say this thing. It will help. It will help.
Okay.
Like now, as I'm talking to you, there is one. The chief of staff of Abdulaziz Yari, former governor of Zamfara State, is a Yoruba man from Sabi local government. We used to call him Nayarbawa because I think his father migrated. Is it from Ekiti? Oh, I cannot remember. He was first commissioner. That was the genesis of the crisis between Senator Kabiru Garba Marapa and Abdulaziz Yari, because Marapa wasn't consulted when Abdulaziz Yari picked him as commissioner representing Sabi local government. Of staff, and up to now he's chief of staff to Abdulaziz Yari. On top of that, he nominated him and he mobilized him right now to go and start campaigning for the Zamfara Central Secretarial District, which is very uncommon in the Southwest. I have never heard this. You understand? So for those with myopic thinking that are typing rubbish about me, they don't know the angle that I'm coming from. But you are only my problem, because I want to learn from you. I don't bother about whatever they are typing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. I really appreciate that. One of these days, I'm going to have a session. Sorry, let me just. Thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to share that, including that story that I must Sorry, I'm trying to mute you because of the sound from your end. All right, thank you. So we're going to have a session one of these days. We'll talk about some of these Yorubas who have been in the north. That has happened in the Yoruba land as well.
You mentioned that
But here's the beautiful thing about it, right? You mentioned that there are good things about. Of course, Yoruba is not a perfect. We're not a perfect culture, right? What's the word now? By developed culture, but we're not perfect, right? But a developed culture that also evolves, so we constantly evolve. So there are things that you may not like about what we do, and that's sometimes we have to explain to you. Maybe when we explain, you understand why. Sometimes maybe just know what we should be doing in your, and then we'll fix up. It's normal. We're not perfect. And then one of these is we'll talk about, the groups, the Yoruba people in the north, and how they've been so inculcated in the things in the north. You have the same thing in Yoruba land, for instance, Hausa and Fulani. I've seen it for those two groups. I've seen for other groups as well in Yoruba land who have, I think Yoruba people and Hausa people don't have issues in that regard. And if there's any issue we have, we'll talk about it some other time. But yeah, let me stop now so that other people can speak, and then we'll get into today's topic. It's 4:50. Wow, Perism. But thank you very much, my brother Abdurrahman. God bless you, sir. Perism, please go on.
Yes, sir.
Agba
No. In fact, along the line, for me answer àwọn nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ béèrè, because I just want to ask a question, and sincere question, because this just yesterday, kí ló dé fa ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ pé our value, Nigeria does not have a single value, and it resonates with me when I was on space yesterday. I want people in you, and the guy was saying it emphatically. Whenever any of my politician elders or no elders, if they misbehave, I can talk to them. This is not how to do. Unlike the Yorubas who are coward, who are fearful, they can't do it. Is that the same people you want us to be in the same country? They were saying it, and I was so sad. Look, and like we said, we don't have the same value. Our value system differs. Ebola fe baya raja de sibai, because we can't continue like this. We can't continue like this and think we can make a progressive country. Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ ṣe? How are we going to do it? Tá bá ṣe ń gbé sókè àwọn ká máa fà wálẹ̀ torí kò lè jọjú lójú wọn. Any value system tó ká cherish, haram ló máa jẹ́ sí wọn. Haram ló máa jẹ́ sí wọn. And just like what you said, in fact, tí n bá jókòó, like as a Christian, mi fẹ́ go back and curse those people who lumped us together. You see, system tó wà UK lónìí, ó ti ń exist pẹ́, and these people failed to put us in that right path. Though we have a certain man from our extract who is trying to do the same, but some people want bastardize gbogbo iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe. I was traveling from England, just like leaving bye from Oyo State, welcome to Ekiti State. That was how I saw welcome to Scotland. No visa, nothing. You just walking like that, and they are still in the same country. The laws in England is different from the law in Scotland. In ways today, let me use this as an example. There are motorways, I'm talking of expressway in England. The maximum speed is 70 mph. The moment you get to Wales, it's 60 mph. And they're still in the same country. So I don't understand, as in, sincerely, I don't know how we can chart a new course whereby we can move progressively differently. We will just continue to recycle our country. Another generation will come, we still continue to be a developing country with our mindset, with our values that differs. How are we going to do it? We are not saying they should balkanize Nigeria. We still want to be in the same country, but let every one of us develop on their pace. How are we going to do it? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ìbéèrè àwọn àgbà ni ẹnu àgbà tó bí ti ń gbọ́ àwọn máa ní down. But let me say it this way.
ẹ má bínú sá o, àwọn àgbà kọ́ àwa lọ́wọ́ àmì báyìí o, àwọn àgbà ti ń lọ àwa tá a máa ṣe rí táìmù wa rèé. Mo máa ń sọ kan, I'm not ready to leave this for my children. Wọn gbọ́dọ̀ dé báradàrà, wọn gbọ́dọ̀ dàgbà báradàrà dáì. Something must be done. Something must be done. Tábà tiẹ̀ lè ṣe amọ́dọ̀ lé foundation yẹn kọ́ máa mọ́lé lórí. Kọ́ máa mọ́lé lórí, a lè máa bá lọ bí eléyìí.
All right, Sherry, ọ̀tọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ sọ. I think the first thing is what we're doing now is the acknowledgement of differences. Now, people will say, but you said it over and over again. I've not said it enough. Because somewhere in our mind, some people are still thinking, does he hate other groups? Doesn't he like unity? No, like what he said. So the difference between what you saw in the UK and what you see in Nigeria is this. The state is a country. I'll say that slowly. The state is a country. So when you say welcome to Ogun State, when you get there is welcome to Scotland. And I've repeated this several times. If you check right now how many nations are in the UK or how many countries are in the UK, you see 4. They are standalone countries, but they are within. So I think it's a political solution, to be honest. And the idea really is to, there are different ways of doing it. Let me just first say that one. There are different ways of doing it. The people, we have done commission, we have Southwest Development Commission, we have 6 Southwest governors. Yorubas outside our region, but we'll do something. We can even borrow from what Ojukwu did. You know what Ojukwu did in 66? What Ojukwu did in 66? Ojukwu ejected every non-Easterner and non-Igbo from the Eastern region.
Sorry about that. You have a situation where, what was I saying?
Sorry about that. You have a situation where, what was I saying?
Yes.
Oh, shoot.
Ojukwu ejecting non-Igbos.
Yes. Ojukwu ejected non-Igbos and non-Easterners. What I mean basically is this. If you were Hausa, Benin, Yoruba, oh, please mute. Thank you. If you were Hausa, Benin, Yoruba, anyone that is not from the Eastern region was removed, unless you are Igbo. So Igbos from the Midwest were allowed to stay, but every non-Igbo and non-Easterner was expelled. You don't have to expel anybody, but you have to understand the mindset behind that thing. It's a mindset that puts his own people first, and that mindset is correct. Even though the way he did it was nonsense, but the mindset behind it is correct. In other words, you prioritize your own. That will, yes, of course, government policy, also individuals, where you prioritize. I'm not saying say no to everybody. Like some people don't, they actually say no to everybody else. When you talk like this, they say, oh, but we have one person who is the assistant, who is the senior specialist, come up one, no, special advisor, no, not, can you call special assistant, senior special assistant, special assistant to special assistant or special advisor of Kiniko is Yoruba. I don't care. Looking for one lone figure somewhere to use to, it doesn't make any sense. So the important thing is to prioritize your own. You open your, people can thrive in your space, but you prioritize your own. But at the end of the day, I think it's a political situation, and I'm dancing around this because I don't want to say some things. The truth of the matter is this: if you have a situation where the SWDC, Dawn Commission, the 6 Southwest governors come up with policies that actually protect the region. They protect the region, and once they do that, kini de nṣẹlẹ̀ mi confess son tagbangbani ọlọ́gbọ́n ó máa yé wa tẹ́ bá fojú sílẹ̀ ko Yorùbá pé tójú bá balẹ̀ arimu tẹ́ bá farabalẹ̀ wò, you will notice what is happening right now, and it's going to get better. And it's always good. Was on Monday, I was reading this thing about SWIT, Southwest Innovation and Technical something hub, right? It's sponsored by Odua Investment Limited, and they're going to attract young people interested in tech and so on and so forth. And they'll say, if you're residing in the Southwest, you can come. People say, no, it's not about residing in the Southwest. So if you're Yoruba, and the organization heeded that, and they were like, it's exclusively for Yoruba. It's working. And it's going to get better. It's going to get better. We have to protect our own space. But the other thing you're talking about, that's a governmental thing, and it will happen with the structure. And guys, let me say this, especially for Yoruba people. The structure is changing. Nigeria's structure is changing right before your eyes. And that's why I tell people, especially those, please, you cannot afford to just think like an activist and that's it. Activism is important, but you have to add leadership in the way you think. Because we'll show them, we'll tell them. It's not everything. 2 days ago, the president spoke about state police. What does that mean? I think one of the problems we also have is that we want to appear in a certain way. Your goal is decentralization. Your goal is devolution of powers. Your goal is, that's the goal. The goal is not that you must have a person come up and say, hello, everybody, every Yoruba person come together and form a region like Scotland. It may not happen like that. But let me ask you a question. Was there an announcement like that for Amotekun? Is Amotekun not southwest? When what happened in Kwara State happened last month, did you not hear people saying things like, can't Amotekun also help them in that space since they're Yoruba? Why did they mention Amotekun? Why didn't they mention Nigerian Police Force? Because of the Yoruba connection. See, the thing is, Omar Shele organically.
It is going to favor the north.
The president is talking about state policing now. We have to have state police. It is going to favor the north. JTF, for instance, all the JTF people, they become like regularized. You're now part of the police in that space. The people are able to work. They're able to stop all the insecurity issues. It's not just about the Nigerian police force. It's not about the police in different states. But you see, if you create state police across Nigeria, I can assure you, the way it will work from region to region will be different. And that's when you now notice that Cherry Jelo Magbefo in Kototi Walokon Wanye Emaribo Shema Shishe the point is the structure is changing. We need the structure to change, but it's actually changing right now. But we need to watch very carefully. Somebody says it's the funding of state police that they are haggling about. Most governors can't pay. What do you think that will lead to? That will lead to resource control. See, Oroloman Bureau. If you want state police, because now there's insecurity, we're unable to take care of our people, we need to secure the space and everything. Okay. We want state police, but we can't pay the people. Okay. So how can we pay the people? Number one, do we need state police? Yes. Should the federal government pay them? No. So how can the state government pay them? So the question would now be like, what does the state government have apart from allocation that can help them pay these people? You now start talking about the companies working in which is what happened in Lagos State. How the companies, Dangote was helping with RRS, cars that came out of private organizations for the police. What does the state have, right? What companies work here? How can you work with them? Can you have PPP? Okay. What things do you have? Can we explore or exploit the resources that you have in your space, and we work on the derivation formula or something? The different things. The thing is, a simple matter can actually restructure Nigeria. I think one of the mistakes that we make as, especially Yoruba people, is that we know what we want. We also assume we know how it must be done. And from the little I know, I don't know a lot, but from the little, actually I know small, but from the little way I know, I can tell you that oftentimes in politics, it's not an exact science. You might get that goal you want, you will get it, hopefully. But the way you're going to get it is like saying, I want 4. We're going to end by saying, I'll just end with this. I want to arrive at 4. That's the goal, 4. But in my mind, I believe it's 2 plus 2 that will be 4. That is not how life works. So 3 plus 1 is 4. 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 plus 0 is 4. 4 minus 0 is 4. 5 minus 1 is 0. Guess what? 1,000 minus 996 is 4.
You will get your 4.
In order to get to 4, sometimes you have to go all the way to 100 and remove 96 and you still get 4. You will get your 4. But the path to I get the 4 here may not be what you say. It's just 2. It's not just 2 plus 2 is 4. No, not always. Your own might be the square root 2 raised to power 2. Maybe what will give you 4. And you are looking for plus, but they have put the 2 on top. Like we have to be able to adapt in these conversations. I'm saying a lot, and I hope, without saying a lot, but I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say. A lot of the agitations for what we want is actually happening right here, but we are not seeing it because we are focused on 2 plus 2. Sometimes what is happening in front of you is actually 96 minus 92. It will still give you 4. You will still get your 4. But that 4 is not always going to be the way you think it will happen. And I'm speaking specifically about the regional system, resource control, restructuring, all those things. If you have police and you can't pay, we will talk about resource control. Say you have to find a way to pay them, Abi. How do you want the state to get money? That's when you remember that Zamfara has gold, and that money does not have to be remitted to the federal government. Policing has opened the door to resource control. We're still talking about restructuring, but it's happening. A lot of things are happening, that's why I also tell us that not agitation. It's not activism. I was going to say the problem is activism is agitators. I just remembered now. A lot of people are agitating. They're not necessarily activists or leaders, but God will help us. God will help us. Ọ̀dọ́ àgbà ti kàn wá náà gẹ́gẹ́ bí Perism ṣe sọ, àgbà ti kàn wá. Àwọn bàbá yẹn, àwọn kan wà nínú wọn tó jẹ́ pé àwọn náà ń ṣe Yoruba but generally speaking, àwọn bàbá yẹn ọ̀gọ̀. Wọ́n ọ̀gọ̀. Wọ́n ọ̀gọ̀. And I say this not just as somebody who has read books, but as somebody who has listened to them. Those people are not stupid. Those elders, they're not stupid. Only but saying move. Just watch them. You arrive at where we are going. If the time permits another time, I'll explain. But the truth of the matter is that won't go. Ó sọ pé state police ẹ rò pé bóyá òní náà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń sọ wọn gọ̀. It's just that we don't have a clear majority. If Nigeria had 70% Yoruba, I can assure you, I'm not joking, Nigeria will be better than Singapore. I am not joking. You know why? Based on our track record, when we had Western region, what was happening in Nigeria? Western region was competing with countries. Before Ireland, before any country on the continent of Africa, there was a TV station in Ibadan, 1959. They had radio diffusion, kini in different parts of Western region. They're building a tower here, they're building a stadium here, building university, doing all of those things. The schools still stand today. There's IR&T, more plantation, there's OAU, there's this here, there's that here, there's this here, and there was no money from federal government. Kilo Bowon Fissurity no kit was
There used to be police force in different regions as well.
Resource control. And there used to be police force in different regions as well. Unitary system, rather, I don't go 1966 here. Is what we are still suffering from that, and I pray that by next year, 2026, that anniversary of that nonsense, hopefully, will be anniversary for freedom for Nigeria, where things will begin to take shape. That's why people say things like, if you study some of these things, the people that say I'm blaming them, you will really blame them, which is what I'm not doing. Want it down, Korugo. If it works, everybody from there benefits. If it doesn't work, they say it's not them. I'm not mentioning any group, but let's leave them. The point I'm trying to make, I'm sure you get it. Structures are being put in place, things are happening. We are seeing it with taxation. The idea behind it it's just that because I'm not a professional in that sector, that's why I always let people who are professionals to explain it. But something that I understand, I see everything we are clamoring for, like coming together. And I've said this several times. The thing that triggered that thing for me was the change of national anthem. The second thing was the organization or the establishment of development commissions. The third thing is state police that he just mentioned. There's something about states. And that's why I said, rather than wondering, take advantage of these things. Take advantage of it. Just plug in anyhow you can. And finally, we're going to go to today's topic. Let me thank everybody who came up. Mr. Abdurrahman, Mr. Perizim, that's your name, but Perizim, thank you, sir, for coming up, and thanks everyone for listening. We're going to go to class now, so let's rush to class. We have to go very, very fast because we have limited time. It's 10 minutes past 5. We have a lot of grounds to cover. Thank you. I'm going to drop our guest now so we can go to class. All right, before we get started, please power tap on TikTok and every other platform. Double tap on your screen to like on YouTube and Facebook, and let's have other people also discover what we're doing. If you're sending requests and I couldn't bring you up, I apologize because it's past 5 already. We've not even gotten to the topic of today, but I appreciate your willingness to speak up, and hopefully once we're done with this section, you'll be able to come up. All right. Thank you very much for your understanding. All right. Mo bá àwọn kan sọ̀rọ̀ ní láìpẹ́ àwọn bàbá yẹn gbọ́n wọ́n gbọ́n àìṣe gìràgìrà wọn túmọ̀ sí pé wọ́n ṣe nǹkan kan. Those people are very, very intentional. That original system, you just wake up one day and discover that you are living in it, even if it's not called by that name. You're like, wait, how to at all? One day we'll go into the specifics. But thank you very much for being here. All right, so let's start up. And thank you for the roses, Olalekon Comrade. Thank you. Meanwhile, if you're on YouTube, you can also join the membership. You can join membership of the channel membership, right? There's a way. So we set it up over the weekend. 1 second, please. We set it up over the weekend, so during the week. So if you want to join on YouTube, please join the perks and all of that you will take advantage of. Yeah, membership, fan, and all that. And I've seen some gifts while we're talking. Thank you very much for your generosity. I really appreciate it. Don't stop. It's good, right? It's good because again, I think this is something that has to be done, and I have offered myself, so please support what we're doing, right? And so they can help us to continue to do this and even make it bigger. The other things we're planning to do, with time we'll get there. Somebody says, "Kini àwọn baba tí wọ́n gbọ́n sọ." Èèyàn kan bẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí YouTube pé kí ni àwọn how do we support, sir? How do you support? 1 second, please.
Dr. Darabi, when are you going back to school? That's good. Well done. How do we support? So there is.
How do we support? So there is. I usually put up the bank details at the end of the session. But if you would like to get it now, please just send me a message, and I'll send to you directly. In the DM or on Telegram at Busui Oris. Busui Oris on Telegram. But later this evening, I'll pin it up. I don't usually put it up when I'm talking so that it doesn't distract me, because Owo is it can distract. Oh no, it's so. One thing I've noticed. Oh, thank you. Somebody is gifting on YouTube. By the way, on YouTube, you can actually gift while people are talking, Thank you for your support. So this is one of the things I've learned. I can't say everything. There's something I can't say in public. But this is the point I'm trying to make. So they have this thing where they know where they want to go and then they plan, right? And almost a long-term planning, right? So they plan to Shemari. Now, there are some things that I also shared that they felt like, oh, this makes sense. Because if you, let me tell you what I can't say. This is what I can say. Number one, every Yoruba person, Nigerian, every Nigerian, but particularly Yoruba people, if you are young, be humble. If you discover an information or you think there's a way Nigeria should be structured or you have an idea of how things should be humble. And I'll tell you why. You are not the first person to think that way. First, understand that one first. Number two, understand that those people who are not pushing like you're doing are not stupid. A lot of us do not appreciate the structure of Nigeria or the composition of this country. That's the truth. We don't appreciate what we are faced with. If you hear people say, let us go, I hate it. You can't be serious. When you have people talking to abstract objects, let us go, leave us alone, let us move out. When you start hearing things like that, you are listening to people who don't appreciate where we are. No details, but you get the point. The point is, I know I'm not saying anything, but I'm saying a lot. But if you can pick it, you will find it. The point is that they have this plan for Yoruba land, but they know that it doesn't have to go overtly political in people's faces, like we must change, we must revolution. They know what they are doing. And my own point is that we should plug in, but again, observe what's going on. What do you think? These things that you want to do, you want to change. Onshele. Teba farabale mari onshele. Ó kàn jẹ́ pé ibi tó máa já sí, ibi tá fẹ́ ni ó bọ̀ ọ̀nà tó máa gbà dé bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan ni ó lè má jẹ́ nǹkan tá à ń rò. And that's where leadership comes into play. And again, I hope you will find the answer in everything I've said without going straight, which was intentional, by the way. All right. Again, let me welcome everybody. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a lovely session. We've had the news, we've had people come up, we've had conversations, and I really appreciate your submissions, everyone who came up, and even those in the comment section. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you for your likes, your gifts, your support. Thank you. Now let's go to class. Today we're discussing Awolowo and Awolowo's free education. Lowe la lulu agidigbo. Ologbon lo le gbo, ablo le jo. Awon omo na mo nkan ta nso. That's the spirit. All right, we're talking about Awolowo's free education, and that's what we're discussing today. It's 5:17, so we'll see what we can do in the next 1.5 hours before we bring people up later. But you are very straight with your point on this restructuring issue. Yes. Restructuring ọ̀rọ̀ ló máa bí ọ̀rọ̀. Tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́pàá, ilẹ̀ máa rówó. Tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́pàá, ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ owó wọn. Tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ owó wọn, ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ bí tẹ́ ti máa rówó. Tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ bí tẹ́ ti máa lówó, ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà tó wà, options. The most sane option is resource control. Ẹni tó ní kó ṣe tó lóun ò ṣe tó ni. Ẹni tó ní kó ṣe ó ti ṣe ju bẹ́ẹ̀ gan lọ. So let's do this. I'm going to be reading from a number of books. One second, I want to open. No, Mike, kini orúkọ wẹ̀ yọ. I think, is it the end of an era? End of an era. Please, let's start up. 1952 to 1959. So I'm going to be reading from Unfinished Greatness. Right? Unfinished Greatness, Unfinished Greatness by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. I'll also be reading from a paper called Chief Obafemi Awolowo 1952 to 1959. Other materials that will come up later, I'll let you know what those sources are. And then if you want to fact check anything, please feel free to do so. Okay? So let's get started. Okay, there's another book called Chief Obafemi Awolowo, The End of an Era. It's a journal, so there are several contributors. So we'll get into all of these things very soon. All right, let's begin with Chief Awolowo, 1952 to 1959. So let me quickly say this. Whenever we talk about Awo, there are many things that we remember him for. We remember him for Cocoa House. We remember him for Obafemi Awolowo University. That's University of Ife. We think about the first TV station in Africa. Again, you don't know. I mean, it's a very heavy thing. The first TV station on the continent. We're on a very fantastic trajectory. Koto de pe àwọn koto fopo moyo. Kolon shanu. We think of the fantastic things it did, free health. We think of the High Commission in London, the building in Saudi Arabia, all those things that were accomplished. But there's one thing that is almost synonymous with Awo, that's free education. Want to study that today. All that we would like to know about free education. He brought many companies to Nigeria. Yes. I think they did NBC, Nigerian Bottling Company, created industrial estates in just about every part of the Western region, right? Cocoa, of course, or Wema Bank, National Bank, those two banks. Wema Bank, of course, was changed from Agbomagbe. Many things. Wema bought estates that we have right now, Odo Investment Limited that we have right now, which is doing fantastically well with several. No, it didn't bring Lever Brothers. Emerson Tao. Master Lever Brothers, you see. Farm settlement, yes. Fashion line in Ibadan. Okay. Fantastic thing. So Lever Brothers, let me just quickly. Lever Brothers is the new version of Unilever, which is a version of the Royal Niger Company, the ones who sold Nigeria to Britain. Royal Niger Company have been in Nigeria since the 19th century. They were the ones who sold Nigeria, so to speak, to the government and got £865,000 or so. That's the price of Nigeria, by the way. Yeah, but you're very right. Somebody wrote that thing. First statement is actually very correct. He brought many companies to Nigeria. Absolutely, you're very, very correct. You're very right. He did that. He brought a lot of companies to Western region, and he could have done the same for the entire country. But again, everybody is trying to prove that. There are some people they don't know the right answer, but they will speak against anybody who has an answer. Have you met people like that before? They don't know the answer to the question, but if you volunteer to answer that question, they will speak against you just to prove the point that they are contrarian. Like they are contrarian by nature. They must tell you that they also want to say something. Now the problem of Nigeria, one of the problems of Nigeria be that preaching down the Komilenu. That's one of the problems of Nigeria. A person has no answer to the question. The one who has answers has now in a bid to help us. The one who has no answer is the one who is now stopping him from answering because he also wants to make a point. We had a lot of not very straight thinking people in Nigeria's history, and those people, I know their names, but I'm not mentioning any names not right now. But let's get into this stuff. So I was saying earlier that I was known for many things, right? And some of you have helped in the comment section. Liberty Stadium, Premier Hotel in Ibadan, Lafi Hotel in Ibadan, Lagos Airport Hotel in Ikeja, Wema Board, Wema Estate, Caxton Press, Aska Paints, Wema Bank, National Bank, WNTV, WNBS, universities, all those fantastic things, printing presses, cocoa plantation, farm settlements, all these things, right? Free health services. But one thing that, for the most part, I think is free education. So I want to know how he did it, the challenges he faced, and what we can learn from it. Now, let me quickly say something. We cannot do everything he did the way he did it. Why? His context was different. But we can learn lessons from what he did and how he did it. All right. So let me first read from Chief Awolowo, 1952 to 1959. The Free Universal Primary Education Program was introduced by Chief Awolowo, the Premier of Western Nigeria, on January 17, 1955. This new policy thrust, which began that fateful morning of January 17, 2025, is without any doubt the most revolutionary program initiated by any government in the history of Nigeria till today. This author is one of the beneficiaries of Awolowo Free Universal Primary Education. If the component states that made up the then Western region, Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, Osun, Ekiti, Edo, and Delta, are adjudged to be ahead of other states in Nigeria in terms of education and development, the credit must go to the vision and commitment of Chief Obafemi Awolowo and his able and committed lieutenants, who both supported and worked tirelessly with him for the implementation of that magnificent vision. All right. I'll just read a few things and then we'll get into his motivation. I'll first read his motivation, I'll go to the other book. Umbo. Let me just mention some people's names before we get deep into it. As noted, the Universal Free Primary Education Scheme was launched in 1955. According to Chief Awolowo, it was initially calculated that only 275,000 children would be eligible for enrollment. But in actual fact, almost 500,000 children enrolled. As a result, all previous sittings for schools had to be revised. Our Nigerian teachers rose to the occasion. The primary school population has risen from 429,542 in 1953 to 1,037,388 in 1959. It is very important to be noted that the credit for the free universal primary education in Nigeria, in Western Nigeria, must be given to the author of this revolutionary program, Chief Michael Adekunle Ajasin, the first democratically elected governor of Oyo State, 1979 to 1983. In 1951, Chief Ajasin wrote a paper where he developed the free universal primary education policy of the Action Group. Oh, Miss Mosun. You saw the temple in the days of its glory. I'm sure you're going to tell us all about it. I'd like to hear it from you. Let's continue. In the paper, Chief Adekunle Ajasin advocated for free education at all levels. Other achievements listed by Chief Awolowo include establishing and maintaining a sound and democratic government in the region. Quote, "We have succeeded in doing this owing to the good sense and patriotism of our people and the loyal and devoted service of all members of our civil service, expatriates as well as Nigerians," unquote. In addition, Chief Awolowo's administration implemented the following programs. Here he's talking about what they did with the native authority in judicial system and things like that. But for now, I just want to restrict ourselves to education. There's one more thing I want to read from this book before I go to something else. Right, I think okay. I found it. I'm just trying to open the page. You know, if you were here when we started this series, it is believed, and rightly so, that one of the major motivation for Awo, as far as free education was concerned, is actually his own experience of going to school, like his struggle with education, especially after the death of his father. I don't know if you were here when we talked about it. His father had passed when he was still in primary school, and he had promised that he was going to send him to school and eventually send him to grammar school, and he would go to Lagos and he'd become a clerk. That was the highest dream that his father had. But when his father died, he had to move to Abeokuta, working for his uncle, doing all kinds of work as a laborer. After a while, he had to, it was a firewood cutter. He would fetch water for people, work as a houseboy in 4 different places in Abeokuta, do all kinds of things just to be able to make enough money to go to school. So that particular experience must have been the underpinning or undergirding philosophy, or the source of the philosophy that actually propelled him to, just have this desire for everybody around him to be educated. I want to read something from this book, and I hope it opens quickly so I can move to the base. This is just introduction, right? This is all preamble. I don't know what's happening. Mumbo, I'm having a little issue with this particular document. Okay. Awolowo's obsessive preoccupation with free education was partly driven by his own early life experiences of poverty and financial hardship. I'll take that again. Awolowo's obsessive preoccupation with free education was partly driven by his own early life experiences of poverty and the financial hardship he faced to acquire his own education. Oh boy, this thing is slow. We'll come back to this book. Am I stretching? I think I'm stretching this thing. I apologize for this. All right, I'll read that again, then we'll go to the other book. Awolowo's obsessive preoccupation with free education was partly driven by his own early life experiences of poverty and the financial hardship he faced to acquire his own education. He saw education as a passport to a better future and a crucial instrument in political stability and social progress in a developing country like Nigeria. Awolowo believed that only an educated person can play a full and meaningful role in the affairs of society. He argued that ignorance leads to exploitation and prevents individuals from being truly free. His concept of education went beyond mere schooling and certificates. It was about the physical and mental culture that fully develops an individual's personality, encompassing the body, brain, and mind. He warned of danger if education did not simultaneously develop in all these aspects. He also stressed that an educated and enlightened populace was essential for democratic governance, enabling citizens to distinguish between democracy and dictatorship and resist manipulation. This is one of the reasons I believe that a Yoruba person must show that they are Yoruba when they talk about things, especially politics or life generally. Our idea is that, and I've said it before as well, of course not Jesus Christ. Sorry guys, I have to mute. You just threw me off balance. Sorry guys. I just need to erase that thing because, jeez man. We're going this way. You just brought something that has nothing to do with what we're discussing. I beg, I don't care about those people you are talking about. May God bless them and keep them. It is well with them. Here's my point. There's something I believe, and it's true. It's what you discover when you're studying this whole thing about, democracy. Democracy cannot work in a society where education is lacking. Okay? You can't take advantage of the system if you're uneducated. And the education we're talking about is not about going to school alone, but the school must be part of it. So I will believe that an enlightened and educated populace was essential for democratic governance, enabling citizens to distinguish between democracy and dictatorship and resist manipulation. By the way, I'm reading from my notes. Initially, in his 1947 book, Path to Nigerian Freedom, Awolowo held a view that Nigeria should be ruled by the most educated. However, he later shifted to a mass-based view, recognizing the necessity of educating the masses for rapid modernization and industrialization. Now, let's get to the meat of today's session. Please don't stop our tapping, don't stop sharing. We're about to dive into the deep end. Now, in order to get into this, I have to go back a little bit because the way this book is written, something happened before 1952. So I'm going to read from Unfinished Greatness by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. It says here,
That should be acknowledged that up until 1954, when a new federal arrangement was worked out for Nigeria,
it has to be acknowledged that up until 1954, when a new federal arrangement was worked out for Nigeria under the Littleton Federal Constitution, the country was still regarded as a political contraption. Chief Awolowo was the most ardent advocate of a federal status for Nigeria to translate this mere geographical expression, in quote, into the semblance of a nation state. His northern compatriots, led by charismatic Sardauna of Sokoto, His northern compatriots, led by the charismatic Sardauna of Sokoto, Alhaji Ahmadu Bello, were not ready for independence in 1956 and strongly opposed the granting of self-rule to their region until 1958. Presiding over a largely illiterate population, they were afraid of southern domination because the north lacked trained indigenous civil service personnel and suitable manpower to run the administration. They underscored this by calling their political party the Northern People's Congress, which implied that it was open for membership only to Northerners. The NCNC came to be regarded as predominantly Igbo. With the demise of Macaulay, its leaders preoccupied themselves with the idea of a unitary arrangement for the country, which their Igbo brethren could dominate. It was this desire to dominate others that led Zik to desire the premiership of the Western region with a passion. The Northerners resented and dreaded this idea. The North, by the way, let me also remind us that the whole idea of, this is not the topic, but the whole idea of Zik trying to rule Yoruba land happened in 51. And the North was also watching, which was one of the reasons they did what they did in 53. When I was in secondary school, I studied government. That was the first time in my life I heard the word practicable. I was in government class, as soon as practicable. Those were the words of the Sardauna. And I thought it was, backward. Why don't you just want us to move forward? Until I discovered that they were also wary and they were afraid. They didn't have so many educated people. They saw what Zik was doing, especially in the Western region. They saw what was happening in their own civil service in the Northern region, occupied mainly by folks from the Eastern region. So they began to we have to also protect ourselves. The NCNC came to be regarded as predominantly Igbo with the demise of Macaulay. Its leaders preoccupied themselves with the idea of a unitary arrangement for the country, which their Igbo brethren could dominate. It was this desire to dominate others that led Zik to desire the premiership of the Western region with a passion. The Northerners resented and dreaded this idea. The North was genuinely afraid of being swamped by a deluge of Igbo civil servants if the regional civil services were not reserved for their indigents. To bridge the gap in the personnel shortfall, they preferred expatriates. The Prime Minister even preferred to hire one Mr. Stanland, a Briton, as his secretary. The Igbos were by nature peripatetic people who sojourned in all parts of the country, even under colonial rule. Zik himself had been born in the Northern Protectorate, even before Nigeria was put together as a country in 1914. Like many members of his ethnic stock, whose parents sought their economic fortunes outside the physical confines of Igbo territory. Awolowo was more realistic than some of his contemporaries. His political strategy was to the extent, O Israel. As aforementioned, if he succeeded in organizing his home base properly and achieved honor as a prophet in his homeland, then he could venture out to seek election as Nigeria's prime minister and nation builder when the constitution was settled. Awolowo knew it would be difficult to woo the Igbo from the warm embrace of the NCNC, given their eternal love for Zik, Dito Bello, and his beloved Hausa Fulani. So he concentrated on wooing the leaders of the minority tribes in the east and in the north. In this connection, having won election as the first leader of government business in the west, he began to set his sights higher and widened his political horizon and connections to cover the entire Nigerian nation. The result of the reluctance or ill preparedness of the other two regions to take advantage of Awolowo's forceful and unimpeachable advocacy for a federal arrangement and self-rule for the regions, which was accepted by the British Colonial Office in 1951, was the granting of self-government to the West ahead of the eastern and northern regions in 1957. I'll be explaining small. Education and law bound to also set a tone. In Nigeria, the first region to attain self-rule was Western region. This was before independence, and that was in 1957, right? And I've said it several times, when you want to learn about federalism, the person to listen to is Awo. Especially in that era, forever is Awo, because of how he was able to distill his thoughts and how he arrived at his conclusions and the way he presented his ideas and the ideas themselves. The Littleton Constitutional Conference of 1953 in London and in 1954 in Lagos were initiated by the Colonial Office to clear the grey areas of the Macpherson Constitution following the self-inflicted political crisis in the Eastern region and the Kano riots of 1953. We're not discussing the details. Let's just move on. Chief Awolowo's Action Group was the first political party in Nigeria to publish, on a grand scale, its political goals and election manifesto, outlining its programs for government if it won a national mandate. Although no direct federal elections were scheduled prior to the 1959 general election, Awolowo had always wanted to serve at the center, and his Herculean feats in the West were designed not only for the benefit and enjoyment of his people, but to showcase to the other parts of Nigeria that he was competent to run the country. Awolowo had been drumming his cardinal programs of free education, free health services, integrated rural development, and full employment consistently from the very first day he assumed office in Ibadan for all Nigerian progressives to hear and imbibe. People like Dr. Udo Udoma from Calabar, Okoye Arikpo and Ekoi, S.G. Ikoku, a socialist, and Professor Chike Obi of the East rallied to his standard. His party was also beginning to win sympathizers in the minority area of Cross River and Benue Plateau Middle Belt in the north. For example, it had a large following among the 3.5 million Ibibio in the Calabar Ogoja ethnic bloc of the eastern region, whose aspiration for a separate state is championed. Awolowo remained a persona non grata in the heartland of the Igbo so long as Zik held on to his grudge against him. Can anybody guess what that grudge was? Zik held a grudge against Awo. What was the grudge? Let me give you a hint. 1951. He didn't let him become the leader. Tribalism? No, that was not the grudge. The grudge was that he didn't let Zik become the leader of government business. Because if he had become that in 52, he would have become the premier in 54. That was the grudge. Let's continue. In 1952, now we're on the education, and this is Ibitan Lola, Ibitan Will Adeyo, Ibitan L'Oreal. So please power tap, share the live. Let's get deep into this. In 1952, only 35% of children of school age attended school in the Western region. Only 35% of children of school age attended school in the Western region. Why are you laughing? Because I said I said Akuntuku grudge. I didn't say Akuntuku in your cocoa. I said Akuntuku grudge. No. That's why you're laughing. All right. The grudge, I think, is dead. I hope it's dead, but I don't think it is, to be honest. But it is what it is. In 1952, only 35% of children of school age attended school in the Western region. In July 1952, when Awolowo came with his blueprint for free universal primary school education, UPE, which was well researched and articulated by Michael Ajasin, the one we mentioned earlier, and executed by his energetic Minister of Education, Professor S.O. Awokoya, senior British officials and top civil servants were skeptical. Let me pause. I just remember something right now. In this book, his autobiography, in 1943, they had to write, there was a document they presented to the British Colonial Office. That's the Nigerian Youth Movement. And in that document, Awolowo actually asked, one of the things he asked for was that the government should look for money in order to organize free education. This was in 1943. I'll see if I can quickly find that thing. And the point I'm trying to make by bringing this, it just came to my mind right now. The point I'm trying to make by bringing this up really is to say that it was a dream that he held in his heart for 12 years before he had the opportunity to execute it. As a matter of fact, he thought that the British would be the ones to do it. Give me a second. Let me quickly find it. Okay. There are two. I found one. Let me read the one I found. I'll read the other one. I think I'll find the other one later. But it's actually quite weird. Oh, it's here. I know where the other one is. I just remembered. It's in another book. It's here. Let's do like this. When we get to this book, to that portion, I'm going to read what he wrote in this book. So we'll read the two together at the point, right? But let me just keep it open so that it helps us with the conversation. But where were we? We're talking about the fact that Awo had introduced this idea of free education, which was researched by Michael Ajasin, who was, of course, the first executive governor of Oyo State, and executed by the Minister of Education at the time, Professor S.O. Awokoya. But when they brought that idea, senior British officials and top civil servants were skeptical about how the funding for such a gigantic project in the region would be sourced. Now remember the dates. This should be around 1952. This is in 1952. The idea for the government started in 52. Again, let me do a little quiz. When did Awo become Premier of Nigeria? We're in class. When did Papa become Premier of Nigeria? Anybody in the comment section? Let's engage for a few seconds. When did Awo become Premier of Western Nigeria? "45 Bawo." Mo máa ń tún kíní sọ léraléra o. Èèyàn kan ló gbà o. Somebody wrote 51. Action Group was founded in 1951. Awo became leader of government business in 1952. He became premier in 1954. Okay? So they started working on this before he even became premier. Prof, this na OBJ or carry book. It's Obasanjo. So there were no premiers until 54, right? And then we started self-governance in 1957. And the first, somebody wrote 54 to 60, it was to 59. That it was the head of government in the Western region from 52 to 59, but the title became premier in 54. So it was Minister of Local Government, was also in charge of finance, then he became leader of government business. So in 52, he was leader of government business, and it was while he was leader of government business that he came up with the idea of the Western region having what they called UPE, Universal Primary School Education. This was in 1952, July. And then when they came up with the idea, again, it has been researched by Michael Adekunle Ajasin. By the way, the school in Ondo State is named after him, Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba Akoko. So he did the research. I was going to execute it. But while they were planning all these things in 52, the British were like, where are you going to get the money to do this? So what we're saying is this. I'm going somewhere with this. Awolowo's free education began before independence. I'm going somewhere with this. There are people in Western and in Yoruba land today who for some reason have this idea that Yoruba people cannot make progress until there is an excision or a breakup or something. Awolowo's free education began under colonial government. In other words, they didn't even have independence when they started. The idea that until you have this, you cannot make progress, it's not only preposterous, it's absurd. And it also makes everything that our fathers accomplished should look like a joke. Those who tell you that you must destroy everything or you must create something, you must have a nation before you can create anything, they are lying. Under colonial government, there was no independence when they started. You know, sometimes we say these dates, but we also need to digest it a bit. We did not get independence until 1960. Some say absurd the same as preposterous. Well, take it as synonyms. The point I'm trying to make is that it's the word that came to my mind. I don't want to say that's why I have to use absurd, because when they say things like if you don't have a nation, you cannot do this. I'm like, Awo did not even have anything in terms of independence when he created the things that he created. Do you know that all the years he spent as premier, not once did he do it in an independent Nigeria? Not once did Awolowo rule as premier in an independent Nigeria. Everything I said he did, that we all said he did while we were talking earlier, the TV, the radio, the Cocoa House. The Cocoa House was inaugurated in 65, right? But the building of it, all those things that they did, they started doing that thing while they were still under colonial rule. Which is to tell you that anybody that comes around carrying cutlass and telling you that the cutlass is not cutting the grass because it's not sharp, most likely the person is not exerting any influence or any energy. That's the real issue. Until this situation is not perfect, we have to make sure that we create the perfect situation. We must get out of Nigeria first before we can build anything. The ones who built what they built it without independence.
Even have better options than they did.
What does that mean? You can build now. You even have better options than they did. We always think that somehow them Awo had better. We think it's okay. This is why I say that I don't like the phrase "good old days." I'm not portraying the argument, though. I don't like the phrase "good old days." The idea of good old days is that, it was perfect. So we're always longing for it, but we don't understand the concept or the circumstances surrounding that event. And if you are hearing me, I say I'm buttressing their point. I don't think you are hearing me. The point is that if a people could build what they built without independence, you have independence in Nigeria and you are saying you cannot build anything until you break out of Nigeria. Definitely you are not serious about building anything. You just want to break out. So I'm not making their point. The people Entoba ma ṣe ojútọ́ bá ní dalẹ̀ kòńtàrà òṣèpin Entoba ma ṣe nǹkan tó máa ṣe ọ̀ní ọmọ tó Entoba ma jẹ́ àṣàmù àti kékeré ló máa ṣe ṣàmùṣàmù. If you can't do it now, you would never do it when you get whatever you're looking for. Which is, and you know the funny thing, doing it now is what will get you there. The point I'm trying to make is that They came up with the idea in 1952. This was 8 years before independence.
And when they came up with the idea, senior British officials and
top civil servants were skeptical about how the funding for such a gigantic project in the region would be sourced. He was advised to shelve his dream. Dr. Badru, you're right. He was advised to shelve his dream and utopian idea quietly after the election. Why? Because they campaigned based on that. But Awolowo was not a man to give up easily, certainly not a cardinal program of his party. The economic indices and fiscal statistics to pay for free education stared him in the face and were grim indeed. Excuse me. According to the accounts of Chief Awolowo himself, the estimate for the takeoff of the free primary education scheme as well as the free health program was in the region of £10 million. Again, remember this time there was no FAC allocation. There is nothing coming from the federal government though. Nobody sent you money from federal capital territory. You are on your own. And by the not the books. The budget deficit, £8 million, would have been staggering. Awolowo could not come up with any magic to balance the budget except to be practical in suggesting that the capital cost of putting up the school buildings had to be drastically revised down. He cancelled housing subsidy to all civil servants, expatriates and Nigerians to save money. You know, when we say we want Senate line, these are the things that it takes to build our Senate line. Mumbo, I'm trying to open another book. Don't mind me.
I'll read that part again. Just give me a second.
I'll read that part again. Just give me a second, please.
So, in order to build the schools, the capital expenditure will be
So, in order to build the schools, the capital expenditure will be about £10 million. And then the recurrent annual estimates, that's annually, salaries and things like that would be £3 million, making £13 million. And the annual, income of the regional government in 1954 was £5 million. So that means they're going to need more money. Let me go back a little to Papa's book. Something is up. I apologize. You know why I stopped? I noticed that I was reading in third person. And throughout this series, we've been talking in the first person. We've been reading his own words. And I don't think it's fair to only stay on what somebody is saying about him. So we'll be going back and forth. Emabino. So he says here, this is Awo himself talking. I think it might be better to do it this way. In the course of my 8 years of office, I gave my personal attention to the formulation of every major policy and the execution of practically every important program. It was the greatest pleasure of my life to watch the region grow from a little acorn into a promising oak. But there are certain matters which were particularly dear to my heart and to which I devoted the closest personal attention. In our underdeveloped society, I placed the utmost premium on number 1, education, number 2, health, Number 3, economic development. And number 4, democratization of local government or native authority councils. I have reasons for my predilection for these subjects. As I said before, we believe in the equality of all men and in the liberty of the individual. I believe that every citizen, however humbly, As I said before, we believe in the equality of all men and in the liberty of the individual. I believe that every citizen, however humble and lowly his station in life, has a right to demand from his government the creation of those conditions which will enable him progressively to enjoy, according to civilized standards, the basic necessities of life, as well as reasonable comfort and a measure of luxury. In other words, every citizen, regardless of his birth or religion, should be free and reasonably contented. It is often overlooked that there are two vital and inescapable stages in life wherein all men and women, however great or small and however rich or poor, are equal: at birth and at death. Through these two events, nature herself is incessantly imparting to us a lesson which is also vital and inescapable, and which mankind ignores at its peril. Namely, that all men and women should be treated as equal, both as political and economic beings. For this reason, all laws, measures, and programs introduced by government must be framed so as to give equal treatment and opportunity to all. Various forms of government, absolute monarchy, oligarchy, and autocracy, and different economic devices, feudalism and laissez-faire capitalism, have... Oh, Jesus Christ is Lord. I'm sorry, guys. I have to switch the book I'm reading. This one is not giving me what I want. Number. Oh, boy, why? Sorry, I apologize. Just give me a second, please.
I apologize, guys. Something's happening. Can't we?
I apologize, guys. Something's happening. I can't do it now. There might be no. Electronic stuff can be very funny sometimes. Everything has advantages and disadvantages, apparently. Just give me a second. I want to just find the page and then I'll use it here. I'm almost there, please. So there are different editions, so the pages are different, and I'm used to that one. I might find it. I don't want to depend on. Why am I even doing this? There's a third option. Umbo. There is a third option.
TikTok, please, for our time. Listen and show.
Give me, please, if you're on TikTok, please for our tab. Listen is showing inactivity. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to quickly explore that option, because if we don't do that, we'll be here for too long. Okay. Oh. What's that word? What's the key word? Education skill.
Yemonite says no go.
I found it. Let's use the third option.
Use iPhone, Samsung screen to avoid story tactics.
Yemonite says no go use iPhone, Samsung screen to power tap to avoid story that. You can use that app. Coleto ye. Why you want full message? You want tap ni? All right. All right. Where were we? Okay, so I'm going to start from when I think I'm the one stressing myself along. I don't need to do this. I'm stressing myself, but I think it will be worth it. Okay, let's take it from here. I'm going to read from his autobiography. How would the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo? I'll come back to Femi Ogunsanwo's book. And I apologize for the break. It was due to circumstances beyond my control. So he says here, the duty of a good government is therefore clear. Investing each with authority, the populace have acted jointly and as equals. It is not open to the government to prefer the members of its own hierarchy or some of the members of the community in the provision of amenities. It must devote identical interest to the welfare of all citizens, and it must display special concern for the afflicted and those whose talents are in danger of being buried or destroyed. If there are those who are retarded by environmental and hereditary handicaps, they should, under a welfare administration, attract special attention and assistance from the government. In other words, in order to achieve equality of opportunity, the amount of attention and assistance required from the government is bound to vary as between one citizen and another. Broadly speaking, the poorer or less fortunate the citizen, the greater the attention he requires from the government, and the richer or more fortunate the citizen, the less. We're going to have a full session on all these things. Papa's ideology, as far as government is concerned, is just out of this world. But let's continue. Because of all this, I attach the greatest importance to the subjects which I have previously mentioned.
The provision of education and health.
Same thing is happening. The provision of education and health in a developing country such as Nigeria is as much an instrument of economic development as the provision of roads, water supply, electricity, and the like. To educate the children and enlighten the illiterate adults is to lay a solid foundation not only for future social and economic progress, but also for political stability. A truly educated citizenry is, in my view, one of the most powerful deterrents to dictatorship, oligarchy, and feudal autocracy. The last two are very much present within us in most parts of Nigeria, and the formulations of some Nigerian political leaders do strongly suggest that the possible emergence of a dictator could not be entirely ruled out. When was he talking about this? 1960. And by 1966, we actually had a dictator, the emergence of a dictator. So it says here, the fulminations of some Nigerian political leaders do strongly suggest that the possible emergence of a dictator could not be entirely ruled out unless the citizens are sufficiently educated to know their individual rights and to cultivate enough courage to resist any encroachment on those rights. Education, in the true sense of the word, does more. It gives the citizen a correct and wider perspective of the things of this world and makes him a good neighbor to his fellow men. This, I'm trying to go back to, talk about why he devoted so much time and energy and resources to free education. And I was reading from what other people said about it, but I wanted to read what he had to say. And I think this is fantastic, right? The reason behind the push for free education. All right. By the way, he published this book 5 years after free education was instituted in the Western region. We're going to get there in the course of this conversation. To provide health services is to combat those diseases in Nigeria which are wasting human resources and are a drain to the productive potentialities of our people. Now I want to go straight to education because of time. It says a considerable and continual growth in the wealth of Western region in particular and of Nigeria in general must be assured. Guess what? This thing is stressing me. Because this I couldn't open it as fast as I want. I apologize, guys. Let me just give me a second. The thing is hanging. It might take me another few seconds, but please bear with me. I don't like the fact that I'm going back and forth and I'm not able to. Oh, it's affecting the flow. Let me go and show you. 270. Just towards the end of the chapter. I found it. Oh, God. Finally. So sometimes, maybe because of location, I might be reading a book, and if I have an e-copy, or maybe I'm in the office, so I now go out. And sometimes not every book you have that you want to carry with you. So you now read, but the crazy part is that different editions, so different pages. Anyway, we found it. I should have done this earlier, but I think it's important for me to do it before going into the details of how they implemented that policy. Okay, so please stay with me and bear with me. Thank you very much for your understanding. So I'm going to go back a bit and then we'll connect everything. Formulation of every major policy and the execution of practically every important program, it was the greatest pleasure of my life to watch the region grow from a little acorn into a promising oak. But there are certain matters which were particularly dear to my heart and to which I devoted the closest personal attention. In our underdeveloped society, I place the utmost premium on 1, education, 2, health, 3, economic development, and 4, democratization of local government, native authority councils. I have reasons for my predilection for this subject. As I said before, we believe in the equality of all men and in the liberty of the individual. I believe that every citizen, however humble and lowly his station in life, has a right to demand from his government the creation of those conditions which will enable him progressively to enjoy, according to civilized standard, the basic necessities of life, as well as reasonable comfort and a measure of luxury. In other words, every citizen, regardless of his birth or religion, should be free and reasonably contented. It is often overlooked that there are 2 vital and inescapable stages in life wherein all men and women, however great or small, and however rich or poor are equal at birth and at death. Through these two events, nature herself is incessantly imparting to us a lesson, which is also vital and inescapable, and which mankind ignores at its peril. Namely, that all men and women should be treated as equal, both as political and economic beings. For this reason, by all laws, measures, and programs introduced by government, I'll take that again. For this reason, all laws, measures, and programs introduced by government must be framed so as to give equal treatment and opportunity to all. Various forms of government, absolute monarchy, oligarchy, and autocracy, and different economic devices, feudalism and laissez-faire capitalism, have at one time or another been practiced by man in defiance of this principle. But in the fullness of time, these devices have crumbled because they are evil. From the very start, therefore, I have always had before me the supreme objective of a welfare state, which is denoted by our motto of freedom for all and life more abundant. That was the motto or catchphrase for the action group at the time. At the same time, I do recognize that this objective will be realized only if the state is prepared to step into the breach to help the needy, especially the young ones, both to discover and develop their talents or natural bents. Whilst man is the highest of all known creatures, he is nonetheless susceptible to the influences of environment and heredity. Under these influences alone, what is known as natural capacity differs between one man or woman and another. In other words, our talents and hence our chances for equality of development differ. But whether a man's talent is 1 and another's are 5, each of them should have equal opportunity for developing what he has. Furthermore, environmental and hereditary handicaps or advantages are factors which can in the one case be eliminated and in the other be maintained and enhanced. In a society where the government recognizes that its duties are to all its citizens without exception. The converse is of course true. In a society where the principles which I have tried to adumbrate are ignored or are indifferently or half-heartedly observed, the initial handicaps or advantages of environment and heredity will respectively be increased and diminished. The duty of a good government is therefore clear. Investing it with the authority the populace have acted jointly and as equals, it is not open to the government to prefer the members of its own hierarchy or some of the members of the community in the provision of amenities. In other words, if we're going to do free education, it's going to be the same thing for all, regardless of your station in life. Your political status, your social status will not matter. Everybody will be taken care of. I'm just trying to get little into Awo's ideology before I read the specifics of how they were able to accomplish that goal. I just thought it's important for me to do that. It being the government, must devote identical interest to the welfare of all citizens, and it must display special concern for the afflicted and those whose talents are in danger of being destroyed or buried. If there are those who are retarded by environmental and hereditary handicaps, they should, under a welfare administration, attract special attention and assistance from the government. In other words, in order to achieve equality of opportunity, the amount of attention and assistance required from the government is bound to vary as between one citizen and another. Broadly speaking, the poorer or less fortunate the citizen, the greater the attention he requires from the government, and the richer or more fortunate the citizen, the less. Because of all this, I attach the greatest importance to the subjects which I have previously mentioned. The provision of education and health in a developing country such as Nigeria is as much an instrument of economic development as the provision of roads, water supply, electricity, and the like. In other words, Papa is saying this, that the same way you are looking for physical development, roads, water, things like that, you must understand the fact that education is as important, and I say, if not more important than those amenities. That's the mindset that he had, and that's why I was able to give all the things that he gave to ensuring that Western Nigeria, every citizen got free education. Give me a second, let me switch the audio source and we can continue with this. All right, let's go on. All right, so he says, let me just go back a little bit. The provision of education and health in a developing country such as Nigeria is as much an instrument of economic development as the provision of roads, water supply, electricity, and the like. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. Let's get this into 200K. Thank you very much. To educate the children and enlighten the illiterate adults. By the way, on YouTube as well, please like, share. Thank you. To educate the children and enlighten the illiterate adults is to lay a solid foundation not only for future social and economic progress, but also for political stability. A truly educated citizenry is, in my view, one of the most powerful deterrents to dictatorship, oligarchy, and feudal autocracy. The last two are very much present with us in most parts of Nigeria, and the fulminations of some of Nigerian political leaders do strongly suggest that the possible emergence of a dictator could not be entirely ruled out, unless the citizens are sufficiently educated to know their individual rights and to cultivate enough courage to resist any encroachment on those rights. Education is, in the true sense of the word, does more. It gives the citizen a correct and wider perspective of the things of this world and makes him a good neighbor to his fellow men. That's Awolowo's idea of what education should be like. I'm going to jump to another portion in his book. Again, I'm reading the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So after talking about education, he's talking about health, but I don't want to go deep into that because I want to focus on education into this conversation. So he says, a considerable and continual growth in the wealth of the Western region in particular, and of Nigeria in general, must be assured. This is not enough. Government must also ensure that the wealth which is from time to time produced is distributed justly and equitably to those who have contributed to its creation, and as a matter of humanity, to those who through ill health, physical incapacity, or other causes are unable to produce anything. He's talking about welfare. People who maybe something happened to them. It was from how I first learned that artisans, when they retire, should also be pensionable. They should be paid pensions. He had all this fantastic idea of how Nigeria should work, but let's go. Oh, and he did it with his own region first, thankfully. So nobody say he just give us theory. He practicalized these things. But let's continue. So he says, government must also ensure that the wealth which is from time to time produced is distributed justly and equitably to those who have contributed to its creation, and as a matter of humanity, to those who through ill health, physical incapacity, or other causes are unable to produce anything. But man does not live by bread alone. His education, health, and material comfort would be meaningless and insipid unless the atmosphere in which he lives and has his being is conducive to the development in him of self-reliance and freedom from fear. Such a healthy and ennobling atmosphere can only exist in a democratic society. All right, having said all that, that's the introduction I missed earlier. Let's now go back to the book we're reading. In 1952, only 35% of children of school age, this book is called Awo, Unfinished Greatness by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. It says in 1952, only 35% of children of school age attended school in the Western region. In July 1952, when Awolowo came up with his blueprint for free universal primary education, UPE, which was well researched and articulated by Michael Ajasi and executed by his energetic Minister of Education, Professor Eso Awokoya, senior British officials and top civil servants were skeptical about how the funding for such a gigantic project in the region would be sourced. He was advised to shelve his dream and utopian idea quietly after the election, But Awolowo was not a man to give up easily, certainly not a cardinal program of his party. The economic indices and fiscal statistics to pay for free education stared him in the face and were grim indeed. According to the accounts of Chief Awolowo, the estimate for the takeoff of the free primary education scheme as well as the free health program was in the region of £10 million, and the recurrent annual estimates were put at £3 million. And yet, total government revenue estimate, take it again, and yet total government, and yet total government revenue estimates for both capital and recurrent expenditures in fiscal 1954 stood at only £5 million. Awolowo's Midas touch was needed to balance the books. The budget deficit, £8 million, would have been staggering. Awolowo could not come up with any magic to balance the budget except to be practical in suggesting that the capital costs of putting up the school buildings had to be drastically revised down. And so he cancelled housing subsidy to all civil servants, expatriates and Nigerians to save money. He applied unsuccessfully for a loan from the Cocoa Marketing Board surplus funds, invested in gilt-edged securities in London to subsidize the cost of the UPE. Let me quickly explain what I just read now. So, remember again that there was no federal allocation in 1954, right? There was nobody coming to help your region. If you have a fantastic idea, you look for the money to do it yourself. But there was something interesting that the Western region was doing. I think I should mention it here. So we all know that cocoa was the mainstay of the economy, right, back in the day. But you see, the money they made from cocoa, they will invest some, they will save some. No, let me put it this way. They will spend some, they will invest some, they will save some. They will save in banks, right? They will spend, to develop the space, but they also invest in like securities and like stocks and things like that for the region. And that's why I'm not saying, of course, Tinubu is not in the same place as Awo is Awo. But, it's similar to what Tinubu did with Econet when they first came. He took money, invested Lagos State money in Econet. Econet made profit and that money went back to Lagos State. So the idea basically is that even the money you are making in the state or in the region is also invested in businesses outside your space in order to ensure that your money is coming back. So your government is also thinking like a businessman, not like a company. So at this point, what I was trying to do was to borrow some of the money, right, or to get a loan using the based on the funds that they had in the what they call it, surplus funds from the Cocoa Marketing Board, which they had invested in a security in the UK, but they couldn't get that money. And so the only option was that if you had less than what you had to spend, then you have to cut down the cost, right? Well, let's just read a bit more. Party planners, that's Action Group. Party planners then suggested the use of mud blocks in place of cement prefabrications. This did the magic as capital cost plummeted by 70%. These people were geniuses. I'm sure we get the point. Okay. So they're supposed to spend £10 million on capital expenditure. Capital, you know what capital means? Building, physical structures and everything. And of course, that will require you to, if you remember those buildings that were put up in the 50s and 60s, if you've noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I don't know. Let me tell you one story. When I was in school, sometimes, young people now, you want to have a picture on your wall, so you want to nail something on the wall. I went to Ife. It's very difficult for you to nail anything to the concrete, into the wall. Like you would do it to Bomali. You have to look for a tornado nail, and then you have to hit and hit. Because those things, the point I'm trying to make is that if you notice the walls of our old universities, whether it's UI, Ife, UCH, all those buildings, you notice that they are prefab. They are not blocks. Block could not be more. They are concrete, quite all right, but not blocks. Wait, so it doesn't look like I'm talking to myself. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying by this prefab, where you have these slabs put together. Jakonde replicated same with Jakonde buildings in the 80s. Thank you. So you get what I'm saying. Now, in order to do, number one, they are more expensive than blocks, but that's the standard. I'm trying to get us the lessons from all this. That's the standard. But in order to do that, you have to spend £10 million. So people in Action Group came up with an idea that instead of using prefab, why not use what is around us, which was mud. So they made mud bricks for the buildings instead of the beautiful, perfect prefab like you have in Ife or in Jakonde's house, like you mentioned, or in UI. They now decide to use mud bricks, and in using mud bricks, instead of spending £10 million on capital expenditure, they will now have to spend only £3 million. So the use of mud bricks, cut down the cost by 70%. And one lesson to also learn from that also is that, sometimes, again, perfect conditions. Bible says in Ecclesiastes, if you wait for the sun, you will not plant. If you wait for the wind, you will not sow. If you wait for perfect conditions, you will not accomplish anything. So, and I think it's also something we can apply to our own lives. It will not always be perfect, but you can start where you are. Party planners suggested the use of mud blocks in place of cement prefabrications. This did the magic as capital costs plummeted by 70%. Awolowo was not done. His research was into the durability of these mud huts, showed that they could last for as many as 50 years, by which time new structures could be put in place. He gave his marching orders. By the way, let me quickly stop to say something. You remember what he said in 1983? I read it here one time. 1983 in Abeokuta during the presidential campaign. He talked about how people laughed at him and the school that they would use brick to a point that they use more to finish it. And people were looking at it and jeering at them like, look at Awolowo schools, Awolowo children, they are not getting anything out of it. How you use more to build schools? But that actually was something they were sure could last for 50 years. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't so much comfort as the education at the time, at least, right? So he says, Awolowo's research into the durability of these mud huts showed that they could last for as many as 50 years, by which time new structures could be put in place. He gave his marching orders. His critics and skeptics, including a Briton, F.K. Butler, the director of education, could not believe that he was going ahead full steam with his substandard school buildings, while the financial secretary warned that the 10 shillings tax per male adult would have to be jacked up tenfold to £5 sterling if the whole exercise was not to flounder. That's the second bit, by the way. How did they fund it? Number one, they cut costs by using mud bricks. Number two, they increased taxation. Owó orí dòde ó dòde ò bàbá wa ló kọ̀sán. Owó orí dòde ó dòde ò bàbá wa ló kọ̀sán. Àwọn àgbà tí ò san owó ń bẹ láti mọ́lé ní Mọ̀pó. I'm sure you've heard Mọ̀pó is a place in Ibadan. There was a prison there. Àwọn tí ò san wọ́n máa tì wọ́n sáti mọ́lé. The point is that owó orí, dandan lówó orí. Owó orí was a major way. It was called capitation. We're going to get deep into it. It was 10 shillings. It was another major way that they had to devise in order to raise money for this project. Okay, I'm trying. I don't want to stop too long because of time, but please just stay with me. So the British guy was saying, this 10 shillings tax per male adult will not be enough. They may have to take it up to £5 sterling if the whole exercise was not to flounder. Even if the party mobilized the citizenry to join hands in community efforts to build schools to supplement the lean resources of government, where would the government find the enormous budgetary recurrent expenditures? Of course, recurrent would be the books, the chalk, the teachers' salaries, those things will be the recurrent expenditure. So the Oyimbos were like, even if people say, we'll build the schools together, where will government get money for salaries? Where will government find the enormous budgetary recurrent expenditures on education in subsequent years? In truth, Chief Awolowo and his planners did not factor into their plan or fathom the wide and unprecedented enthusiasm of the parents and the potential numbers of children who subsequently registered for the free education program at takeoff in January 1955. Apparently, Awolowo and his political innovators were not the only ones eager to have children of school age go to school if fees were remitted. Even the scheme was being planned in the early years of his administration. When the scheme was being planned in the early years of his administration, the Government Department of Statistics, relying on the 1953 census figures, had estimated that 175,000 children would register in the first. I'll take that again. The Government Department of Statistics, relying on the 1953 census figures, had estimated that 175,000 children would register in the first year of the scheme for primary one. They were wrong. By the time Chief Awolowo's government launched the scheme in January 1955, nearly 400,000 children showed up for enrollment. This shook the scheme's logistics to their very foundation. It also showed how deeply flawed the 1953 census estimates, which determined the federal legislative seats in parliament, were. You know that one, Abi? The lie they've been lying using census figures. The North doesn't have as many people as they say it does. That is the truth. We're going to know very soon. There's a census coming up very soon. To be connected to your NIN. You can't lie. And if you lie, you'll be found out. You're laughing, it's true. Very soon. So they said 175,000 children will register if they decide to do it. That's what the Oyinbo said. By the time they started, almost 400,000 kids showed up. That's more than 100%. Let's go on. So it says nearly 400,000 children showed up for enrollment. This shook the scheme's logistics to the very foundation. It also showed how deeply flawed the 1953 census estimates, which determined the federal legislative seats in parliament, were. The problems were legion. Because of this gross underestimate, there was a shortage of trained teachers to man the schools. In the short term, the government appealed to retired teachers to return to the classrooms to save the day. The following year, the government decided to establish new grade 3 teacher training colleges all over the region to redress this such shortage in teacher manpower. Between the period 1955 and 1959, he saw to it that 11,000 teachers were trained in the new teachers' colleges. Service conditions and salaries of teachers were dramatically improved by his administration. He had been very ambitious in telling the voters that his government would build schools near each community in the region, such that no child would need to walk more than 3 kilometers to school. Awolowo would not renege on any electoral promise he had made, and so he embarked on massive school building projects that energized the populace and propelled the economy in a multiplier syndrome unheard of before then. In achieving the aims of education, the recipients should not unduly suffer by having to attend school too far from home, he asserted. Therefore, schools should be sited in locations that would be easily and almost equally accessible to all children. And his word was his bond. I'll take that again. And his word was his bond. Awolowo, who was already establishing a sunny reputation as the man with a plan, came up with the answers and antidotes to these exigencies. He calculated that by 1959, the first batch of his primary school finalists would be ready for further education in the secondary schools. And he had to be ready, and the planning had to start in earnest. He knew that by the end of his second term in office in 1961, which he had programmed himself to round up by 1959 to begin his preparations for the federal elections, there will be at least 1 million of his universal primary education products in the for further education. He also knew that they could not and did not all necessarily have to be absorbed in the limited number of secondary grammar schools which were in existence. These secondary schools could only absorb 10% of pupils who had successfully completed the primary school course. The rest would have to go to a middle school of a 3-year duration, which he called Modern 3 Secondary Schools. He probably borrowed this idea from a socialist friend in Britain. Awolowo moved to establish 363 brand new schools of this type and dotted them all over the region. He was not done. There were only 25 grammar schools, both government and private, in the entire region, including Lagos in 1952. Awolowo set about building new secondary schools to make up for the shortfall throughout the region. He saw to it that this number was expanded to 139 before his primary school finalists were ready in 1959. It must be said that this explosion in the number of secondary schools in the region was a gradual and well-ordered program of expansion, and Awolowo, the masterful and prudent financial manager, did not upset the other crucial sectors of the economy with this welfare package for his economically bubbling region. The statistics show that the total number of secondary school pupils rose from 6,775 in 1952 to a staggering 841,374 in January 1959. Wow. Wow. Take that again. The statistics showed that, sorry please, is YouTube good? Okay, we're good. The statistics showed that the total number of secondary school pupils rose from 6,775 in 1952 to a staggering 841,374 in January 1959, when he was rounding up his premiership tenure. This number was greater than those in the northern and eastern regions combined. That represented the core of his revolution in education. Awolowo personally wanted his UPE scheme to be a voluntary scheme for the populace, but his excited cabinet colleagues and Awolowo personally wanted his UPE scheme to be a voluntary scheme for the populace, but his excited cabinet colleagues and enthusiastic party bigwigs decided otherwise. Awolowo, the Democrat, acquiesced, but the increased costs forced his administration to introduce new taxation to meet up, and legislation. Oh gosh, guys, I think I need to take water. TikTok, we're not part of tapping. Please, let's like the live. Thank you very much. Let's get to 170k, please. Let's get to 170k. And if you're on YouTube, thank you for joining us. Please double tap on your screen to like the live and also share. Thank you for the game. I'm trying to take a short break. Just give me a second. Thank you for the roses on TikTok. I don't have to stop to explain anything. I think it's easier for us to grasp. That's why I'm not stopping to explain. So I hope we're all getting it. But I will soon stop. I may have to jump some pages though. I'll soon jump some pages. Alright, let's get back into this. So I think some they did this, they did that. But how did they do it? We talked about the taxation. But we're going to get into the details of the taxation and also what NCNC people did when they heard about it. So it says here, the increased costs. So originally the plan was not to have a compulsory, program for everybody. It was supposed to be universal, but not compulsory. Sorry, what am I saying? It was supposed to be free, but not compulsory. But the AG was like, I wanted to have free education. They said it should be compulsory for everybody. And let me say what that means. So if it's free but it's not compulsory, if you want me your child go there, then we'll go. If you don't want me, then go, then I'll go. And which also means that you will just take the kids that want to. The parents allow the kids to come. You take them and it will be free. But now that you are saying all the children must go, that means you now have to build more schools because all the kids must go to school, which means you're going to have to spend more money in ensuring that that program works. You have to build, you have to pay teachers, and you have to have more teachers and things like that, which means you have to raise that money, which means you have to raise taxes, which means people are going to be angry with you. So the dark side of the free education policy was the fact that certain people had a problem with it, which actually cost Action Group the next election. They lost. NCNC won. But they were able to still, stand strong and win eventually. But the taxes, and that's why people talk about taxes today. For instance, those who talk about the greatness of the UK hate the idea of taxes in Nigeria. It's amazing. The person I was referring to earlier, who was talking about how wonderful the UK is, and of course it is wonderful. We'll talk about how it does the NHS. Yeah, but once we start talking about taxes in Nigeria, and I'm not saying taxes are fine. Nobody like say me, I get one money I want to throw to government. I mean, nobody wants to spend too much outside reason or out of to be paying taxes. But the point I'm trying to make is that these societies that work, they thrive on taxes. And when our society worked, that's what we used to say in the 1950s, we had free education. It was because people were paying taxes. There was no oil money. There was no oil money. Oil was discovered before then, but it was not discovered in commercial quantity in Araromi, Oyo State. Oil was not discovered in commercial quantity until Loibiri in 1956. It was in 56 that oil was discovered. Even then, nobody was sharing money of oil money with anybody. So you had to think. You had to sell your cocoa, sell your palm oil, sell this, sell that, and also taxes. So it says, Awolowo personally wanted his UPE scheme to be a voluntary scheme for the populace, but his excited cabinet colleagues and enthusiastic party bigwigs decided otherwise. Awolowo, the Democrat, forced his administration to introduce new taxation to meet up, and legislation was initiated to compel women in buoyant divisions of the region to pay taxes for the first time in the history of the West. Men were paying 10 shillings, now women will start paying 2. This caused some pockets of discontent. A capitation tax levy of 10 shillings and 6 pence was imposed on all males in the fiscal year 1954, 20-fold from 6 pence previously. In other words, they used to pay 6 pence. Now they have to pay 10 shillings, but the British are saying they must have to pay £5 if this thing would work. But the government did not do what the British was expecting, which would be £5. They were like, you know what, we can do with 10 shillings. But even that 10 shillings and 6 pence, that was 20-fold. That's 20 times what they were paying before. Tax was also imposed on entertainment, cinema houses, lottery, salt, and petrol to beef up the revenue base. You hear about the 5% fuel tax that they're about to introduce right now. Everybody is talking. Now, and we played the video earlier to explain that tax is supposed to pay for infrastructure, maintenance of roads. Again, I'm not saying I like taxes. I'm just saying that this sinner climb we always compare ourselves to, these are the things they do, and this is what we did to get what we got. in the time we're always talking about to say, oh, the good old days required some good old sacrifice, and it's not always fun. Tax was also imposed on entertainment, cinema houses, lottery, salt, and petrol to beef up the revenue base. Taxation, of course, meant that some citizens became disenchanted with the government, but the gains outweighed the risk of the attendant political fallouts. As mentioned before, this tax regime to fund the UPE and free health was attacked by the opposition, and it caused the government to lose the 1954 federal elections in the Western region, with the NCNC clinching 3 seats more than the ruling AG, a margin which could have led to the downfall of the government of the day had it been a regional election. In other words, the election was federal, but the NCNC won more seats, and they won more seats because people were paying too much in terms of taxes. Awolowo was trusted. It wasn't just because I was trusted, though. You will be arrested if you didn't pay taxes. It wasn't about trust. It was about the enforcement of tax payment. People don't say, "Oh, we trust Awolowo are going to pay taxes." If you don't pay, you will go to prison. It wasn't about we trust Awolowo will give you money. They didn't like paying the taxes. They didn't like it. They paid because they had to. And that's why we have that song in Ibadan. Owó orí ìdòdè òdòdè ò bàbá wa ló kọ́ san. Owó orí ìdòdè òdòdè ò bàbá wa ló kọ́ san. Àwọn àgbà tí ò san wọ́n ń bẹ láti mọ́lé nímọ̀pọ̀. Àwọn àgbà tí ò san wọ́n ń bẹ láti mọ́lé. Owó orí ìdòdè òdòdè ò bàbá wa ló kọ́ san. I have stories from people who run into Mushin in order to evade taxes. It's not a matter of trust, though. If they trusted them, thank you for that, Winston. If they trusted them, they would have voted them next election. It wasn't about trust, it was about enforcement, implementation. You must pay. There are stories of people who ran into areas in Mushin because they are going into Lagos, into the FCT, away from Western region, back in the day. Once you enter that place, nobody can catch you again. At least not from this side. So that's the reality of, and that's something. There was another side to the free education policy. We talk about it, but we really ask, how did they fund it? And for those of us who want all the good old days, we must understand that there was also something behind that thing. People had to pay for it. And when I don't know, maybe next week we'll talk about Awolowo and Akintola. When you get to Akintola, you understand why Akintola removed taxation. But it backfired, by the way. It affected everything. Akintola was dedicated to populist approach of governance. Remove taxes. Let the cocoa marketing board pay more money to the people. And each time he did it, it backfired. He did it, he was trying to get the people to love him. We'll talk about that maybe next week. I think we should do Awolowo and Akintola before we move on to other things. And maybe we'll do Awolowo and some other people in government. And then we'll now, also those but the point I'm trying to make is that people had to pay taxes, and that cost action group. So again, what I'm also noticing this parallel between, again, Awo is Awolowo. Right? It's incomparable. But I see something in what the president is doing. It takes leadership to go against the grain. People will hate you for it. People will curse you for it. But people will praise you for it. That period of hate and curses, if you're able to endure it, then you'll be praised. All the curses that we're seeing right now, all the thing of why the federal government doing this, removed subsidy, did this, things are tough, things are hard. Titari long collar, but doge. And we have to remind ourselves, I'm not saying people should be suffering. I'm just telling you that if we want a better working country, it is going to be based on people doing stuff. And sometimes it'll be uncomfortable. But God will comfort all of us in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's get back into this. As mentioned before, this tax regime to fund the UPE and free health was attacked by the opposition, and it caused the government to lose the 1954 federal elections in the western region, with the NCNC clinching 3 seats more than the ruling AG, a margin which could have led to the downfall of the government. I don't know if I read what the NCNC actually said when they were trying to even start the taxes. I think I should read that in Bita Day, because we need to have that to also give us. Let me read something to you from what the NCNC did. I read something about the taxes. I'm trying to jump because of time. Àwọn àgbà tí ò san owó ń bẹ láti mọ́lé ní Màpó. Àwọn ń bẹ láti mọ́lé. Owó orí tó dé ó bàbá wa ló kọ́ san. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mi ẹ ká kọ́ ka nǹkan díẹ̀ nípa kíní kíákíá. Let's do a little explanation of what happened with that election. Federal parliamentary elections had been scheduled for 1954 in the western region. Awolowo had ensured the abolition of indirect elections, which would have been easier for his party as the majority party in the House to win. Awolowo's government was the first in the federation to adopt the universal adult suffrage for elections that year. What's it saying basically is this. You see, before the West did it in Nigeria, it wasn't everybody that could vote. They were not like 18 years and above. You had to be you have to have a house in the area, and you also have to be making a particular amount of money in order to be allowed to vote. The western region was the region that started universal suffrage, universal adult suffrage. In other words, if you're an adult, you could vote. Yoruba local in Nigeria. The book is Awolowo, the Unfinished Greatness. So it says, Awolowo had ensured Awolowo's government was the first in the federation to adopt the universal adult suffrage for elections that year. He threw away indirect elections and tax payments as qualification to vote, initiated by the British into the dustbin of history. So back then, you are paying taxes, you make a certain amount of money. You in some cases as well, you must have, like in Lagos at the time, in the 20s and 30s and 40s, you must have your own residence in Lagos, your own building before you can vote. Maybe we should go back to it with all this. We'll change it. Maybe not resident, maybe something else. That'll make sure that the people of the land are the ones determining what happens in the land, not all this Sare Wagba, Sisi Shalewa, Sare Wagba. If you don't know this song, I bless God for you. How that thing came to my head, I don't know, but we are all together. Call on Shano. Where were we? I didn't even know who sang the song. Shea West. Thank you for telling us the name. All right, let's continue. Awolowo's government was the first in the federation to adopt the universal adult suffrage for elections that year. He threw away indirect elections and tax payments as a qualification to vote, initiated by the British in the dustbin of history. He and his government now had to face the electorate directly in a free-for-all mid-term test. Meanwhile, the plan for the introduction of the free education and free health services was in full swing, and looking for revenue to bring it to reality. An education tax and health levy known as the capitation tax was suggested as a way out. This levy was fixed at 10 shillings 6 pence, we read that earlier, 10 shillings 6 pence for every taxable adult in the region. And when it was tabled before the House of Assembly, the opposition rose up in arms against it. Opposition here is, of course, NCNC. They saw their chance to defeat Awolowo's cherished education program. The leader defended his proposals brilliantly and won the approval of the majority in the assembly, and the tax came into force. The imposition of this tax led to riots. That's why I said to you earlier when you said they trusted him. It wasn't about trust, it was about tipa tipa. The imposition of this tax led to riots in Egbado and some opposition strongholds in the region, and in the ensuing election into the federal legislature, the action group unexpectedly lost seats in these federal elections. What's the website again where to get some of these books? Redomi Books on Telegram. That's the website. If you go there, you can order and to be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. Okay, so that's the link. Sorry, I'm responding to somebody on TikTok who is asking for where to get these books. So that's where to get the books, right? Thank you very much. Let's continue. So the lawsuits in the federal elections, the opposition party, the NCNC, won 21 seats. If you're on TikTok, please power tap on 186.4k. Thank you very much for getting us this far. Let's get to 200k, please. Thank you. The opposition party, the NCNC, won 21 seats to the AG 19 seats and independent 1 seat. The NCNC swept many urban centers like Ilesha, Ibadan, Akure, Ogbomosho, and Oshogbo, while the AG maintained its stranglehold in the rural areas. These developments led to the NCNC nominating the 3 federal ministers representing the Western region in the Federal Executive in Lagos in 1954, which solved the Governor General's problem. The government party in the West was not represented by its own ministers at the center, but by opposition ministerial nominees, which was not supposed to happen. Awolowo could live with that and hoped to reverse his party's fortunes in the next election. It was another first. It was a novel thing in Africa's fledgling democratic experience for a government in power to lose a major election to its opponents, which it had organized. In other words, Awo organized the election, AG organized the election, and AG lost. And it says here, but Awolowo was a Democrat to the core. He knew how to win elections, but he could also take a loss. Rigging of elections was not part of his agenda or character. He knew that his party had made some tactical errors in not explaining the merits of free compulsory education sufficiently to voters, and he moved to correct them. He had been personally against making the free education scheme compulsory, like we said earlier, but his enthusiastic party caucus decided otherwise. He had to bow to party wishes. Some parents were apprehensive. This is why he had issues. Some parents were apprehensive that they could lose farm hands. They could lose farm hands if all their wards were ferried off to the Awolowo schools on the draw board. They were not against free education per se, but they were against its compulsory aspect. And if the government was going to give their children free education and squeeze it out again with the other hand through direct taxation, the government had better think again. The opposition exploited this dilemma by spreading all sorts of scurrilous stories to undermine the government's real intentions. The action group was jolted by this loss at the polls. It went back to the drawing board. The compulsory aspect of the free education was subsequently dropped before its introduction. The capitation tax levy was scrapped, and austere means were found to scale down the capital cost of the free education program, as discussed in the last chapter. The free primary education project went ahead as meticulously planned, and it was launched in January 1955 as the Universal Free Primary Education. As explained earlier, it was an enormous undertaking. There was a shortage of trained teachers to cope with the staggering number of children who showed up to take advantage of the new scheme. I'm going to read something before I read. Let me just continue. There was a huge increase in primary school enrollment in 1956 of 77.7%, and this shot up the figures of pupil enrollment from 42,952 in 1953 to 1,037,388 by 1959. That's in 6 years. Went from 42,952 to 1,037,388. Between 1955 and 1956, the numbers rose from 457,000 pupils to 811,000. The number of secondary schools also rose in tandem from 46 to 139. During the same period, the modern 3 secondary schools peaked at 363 in 1959. As explained earlier, the government was on top of things and was able to tackle each of these problems one after the other and overcame them in turns. The Eastern region, under the leadership of Zik, tried to do the same thing and launched its own free education scheme 2 years later in 1957, but the scheme floundered within the first year of its introduction due to poor planning, and fees had to be reintroduced in the senior classes. The North could only afford a free adult education program. In 1957, it had only 205,767 pupils. In all, I'll take that again. In 1957, it had, that's the North, had only 205,767 pupils in all its primary schools throughout the region. Professor Babs Fafunwa, the former Federal Minister of Education, has described Awolowo's feat in the field of education in the West in 1955 as the greatest educational revolution in Africa south of the Sahara. Awolowo aligned himself squarely with the dictum of the American President Thomas Jefferson that knowledge will forever govern ignorance, and Henry Brougham secondary school pupils rose from 6,775 in 1952 to a staggering 841,374 in January 1959, when he was rounding up his premiership tenure. This number was greater than those in the northern and eastern regions combined. That represented the core of his revolution in education. Awolowo personally, I read what he wanted to do originally and how they pay taxes. Let's go on a little bit. Professor Akimabo Gunje has pointed out that free education did not imply that no one would ever have to pay for it, but free access to education, whether the parents could afford it or not. According to him, all taxpayers, whether rich or poor, whether they had children of school-going age or not, had to be taxed to provide the financial resources to pay for the scheme. It was a panacea to build a literate society of the future. In spite of these fiscal difficulties to fund free education, the AG leader was undaunted. He told his gloating detractors in the House, that's the Parliament, who wanted him to cancel his utopian idea, that he would not make a U-turn. Please power tap on TikTok. We will press forward in the execution of the laudable project, which the House has already approved, he said in the fiery debate on the new taxes in the Assembly. We believe that God, who sees our hearts and knows that we are doing all these things to better the lot of our people, is on our side. We are confident that our beloved and trusting masses, once they begin to enjoy the fruits of the taxes now being levied, will in future years remember us with gratitude and adoration. How true. How true. It was a prophetic speech. Awolowo marched on. He knew that the thirst for education could not be totally satisfied unless there was expansion of tertiary institutions to cope with the demand of the ever-increasing number of schools. Technology was the key to the future. Some of these post-secondary school students would go on to tertiary institutions, and his government opened 5 technical colleges all over the region, in addition to the expansion of the Sapele Trade Center. There was also need to plan for those who would go to the university. The University of Ibadan, federal-owned, will not be able to accommodate them. The federal government sponsored Ashby report in 1948 and confirmed his fears. He himself had had the privilege of studying as an external student of the University of London, only by the grace of Providence. So he moved to set up the necessary wherewithal for the establishment of the first wholly indigenous university in Nigeria, and located it at Ile-Ife, the cradle of Yoruba civilization. On the successful implementation of his gigantic project, he was already basking in the colors and the deserved epithet of political innovator. He could also exult in the justified pride of his people when his region won the nationwide acclamation, pace setter of the Federation. It is by no means being suggested that he performed this educational revolution all by his solo effort. Kudos must and were duly given by him to the entire members of his cabinet, his collaborators in government, especially his education minister, the erudite Professor S.O. Awolowo, and the many dedicated expatriates and Nigerian civil servants who worked tirelessly to see that the scheme was successfully launched and sustained once the leaders showed them the way. But Awolowo, the primus inter pares, had to take high credit as the head of government, the moving force and financial wizard who guided the entire operation. In the final analysis, it was none other than the Awolowo administration that got the crucial job done. He had to switch portfolios from local government administration to finance in 1954 in order to tackle head-on the financial challenges posed by these unprecedented budgetary allocations to education, which took a hefty slice of 32% of the region's resources. They were spending 32% of the resources on education. That's a lot. This head of government must have had something close to a religious or fanatical commitment to education to allocate 1/3 of his entire annual budget to one sector as Awolowo did. 50 years after this education revolution, it is an irony that the 2004 edition of the Guinness World Records put Nigeria as next only to Somalia in the world as countries that spend least on education vis-a-vis its GNP, with Nigeria's at only 0.7%. I will spend 32%. That's about a third of the budget. Nigeria is in 2004. I don't know how much they're spending right now, but 2004 was 0.7. You know, Nigerians are very interesting people. They want the school fees to be cheap or free. They don't want taxes, and they want the buildings to be comparable to what you have in the US. They want lecturers to come from abroad, and the ones in Nigeria to be very big and well paid. They want research grants. They want all of this thing, but nobody must pay anything and do anything to make it work, because we have oil that cannot feed the oil producing states. Somebody says that's the effect of the unitary system. I agree with you 100%. And by the way, people that try to copy what the Western region did. By the way, the NCNC was vehemently against Awolowo, but the NCNC tried to copy what Awo did in 57, and in less than 1 year they had to stop, because if he didn't day, he didn't day. And the only way they were able to catch up was in their own minds, according to the book that Ajebe wrote, The Trouble with Nigeria, when he said in one burst of energy the East caught up with the West. It's only in their heads that they caught up. They did not catch up anything. And by the way, education is beyond just literacy. We have literacy, we're also educated. Comparison here is always from that side, and the thing is, ẹṣin tó síwájú ó ti gbapò kí níná ẹyẹ jà pátá ìgbà. That's Shina Peters. Let's go on. Awolowo's government inherited a base of £5.3 million as total annual revenue from the British colonial administration in 1952, and managed to swell it to £18.4 million per annum 8 years later when he vacated office as premier. This man reminds you of somebody. You claim Adelabu wasn't a Yoruba bot, but he was against the education policy along with Zik. It's politics. Oh, you are the one. Oh, I'm going to meet you very soon because you always have a way to just take us off. We left that point since you boot very slowly. Oh. So we have to be careful how you guys talk about Yoruba bots. Who are Yoruba bots? Anybody that's against Awo does not necessarily have to be a Yoruba bot. Sorry, playing politics. You know what? Sorry, I'm going to mute you. I was not distracted like this before you came, and you have 2 followers. Let me just mute. I beg. I don't have the energy. They caught up only by sending their children to be educated in the Western region. Even then, they still did not catch up. Somebody say his policies that he's doing. It's not the same policies that we played in 2012 when we're talking about subsidy removal. It's politics. It's politics. Did the children of the opposition make use of the free education? Oh, what are you talking about? Of course, now. Of course. Politics man by hypocrisy lie you air money. Politics man by hypocrisy lie. You be against it, but you benefit from it. But you be against it, you benefit from it. So you go against it and say, no. Why? Because if you can get the people to, if you can use that as a basis for your argument with the people, then they will vote for you next election. When you come, you might even make it more expensive. You must say what you have to say to win. I mean, it's not about good or bad, it's politics. 2012, when Jonathan was removing fuel subsidy, APC was against it. Do I blame APC for it? No. Why? You are the leader. If you have to have some like iron, part of your body. You've got to have the balls. You've got to do what you've got to do. That's what Tinubu is doing. Are people happy that he's doing it? No. Are people not playing politics right now? Yes. Does that mean the people saying Tinubu should not have removed the fuel subsidy, are they Yoruba bots? No. It's politics. But if you are the leader and you really want to get it done, you do it. You can't say, I won't do it because they said they're against this and I don't want to appear like I'm forceful because tó bá jẹ́ pé yẹn tó bá jẹ́ pé láti win election ni nǹkan tí Awolowo náà máa ṣe nìyẹn. I don't blame the people that were against Awo for that. Again, I think I don't know how people understand history. Do you expect people to just say Awo said something? Yes, sir. Listen, me, I think Awo is an Orisha, so I place him on a very high pedestal. But with his peers in politics, they will look for anything to win. So what is your moralizing of alleging on behalf of Yoruba people? Okay. When you play your own politics, let us know how it goes. Let us continue. The important thing is that he did not allow them to detract him. That's what makes a leader. Which is what Tinubu is also doing right now. He wants to do this. He's doing it. You are against him. It's not like you hate. I was listening to an interview of this man, the former governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, and we're talking about what happened in 2012. He said it was politics. The opposition party will play opposition politics. You, as the leader of the team, as leader of government, must now have that boldness to do what you have to do, regardless of what the opposition is saying. If you succumb to their tactics, it's on you, not on them. It's a game. And it's not always fun, but they will curse you out, they will hate you. But look at it now. 70 years later, we're still praising Awo. If you had said, they said it to, we will not know how to do it, would I now blame Adekoke Adelabu? No, I'll still blame Awo now. I'll say, why didn't Awo just grow some balls and some pear? Why didn't he grow a pear and do what he had to do? But thank God, he didn't have to grow any pear. He already possessed it. And he went for it. And I'm happy he did. Somebody said, we don't even remember or know the names of those in opposition during Awo's time. Yeah, for the most part, we don't. We have to read. But this Adelabu is really popular because of what he did in Ibadan. So, it's not about morality. I would love for them to all support Awo, but it's politics. It's not a religion. Even in religion, in church, you say church people say, I want to do something. They say, pastor, no. If you're the pastor, you say yes. And sometimes you have to go it alone. Leadership doesn't, care about those things. Anyway, sometimes. So I was saying here that when Awo got into government in 52, annual revenue was £5.2 million, so £5.3 million in 1952. By 1959, they were making £18.4 million. And I said that reminds me of somebody, and that, of course, is Tinubu, who was able to also increase revenue. And so those of you who are Yoruba also will say, oh, he's increasing this. I'm not saying it's always easy. It's not always easy, but it's tariro lankola. Awolowo's government also ensured that gifted students in strategic fields like engineering, technology, medicine, accountancy, and even in some cases the liberal arts and the social sciences were awarded government scholarships to study abroad during this time. Chief M.K. Abiola was a beneficiary of one of those scholarships. Awolowo started with 200 overseas scholarships in 1955, and within 4 years he had seen to it that this number was expanded to 2,000. His government scholarships had no strings attached to them. He did not approve of student loans because he felt education ought to be a birthright. The beneficiaries of such loans, he said, enter into full productive life with indebtedness, which affects their morale and consequently their efficiency when compared with their contemporaries who do not have such ill luck. That's the difference between him and Tinubu. And guess what? I think Tinubu's stance is better on this matter in 2025. In 1959, maybe not. But in 2025, I think so. But I think it's not impossible to have what he did in 1959 even now. But considering where we did right now, I think it's good. Interesting. I met MKO, but didn't know he was an Awo scholarship beneficiary. Oh wow, he was. As will be seen in his attempt to reenact this philosophy in 1979 for the presidential election, Chief Awolowo had an enduring commitment to free education at all levels. His commitment must have been a product of his own precarious struggles to get educated, as we saw in the last chapter. We already talked about that. It was a personal social contract he sought to have with the electorate whilst running for office. He passionately believed that an educated citizenry was much better than an illiterate one. Read that again. Let's jump. His political opponents in 1954 in the West poured scorn on his advocacy of free and universal education, as they did again in 1979 when he ran for president. They argued that nothing good could come out of any scheme that was free or without a charge. They said it was an utopian policy. They accused Awolowo of using the issue of free education to catch votes, and they dismissed his policy on education as an election gimmick. Awolowo was quite adept at answering his critics. I'm rounding up now. Thank you, Adisa Barakwetu. Thank you for subscribing on TikTok. God bless you. At a 1978 press conference witnessed by this author, Awolowo recalled that as far back as September 1943, when the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Colonel Oliver Stanley, visited Nigeria, he, as Secretary of the Nigerian Youth Movement, NYM, had given him a memorandum co-signed by Mr. Ernest Ikoli, the NYM chairman, demanding three things. Please pay attention to these three demands. 1943. This was before Papa went to the UK. He went to the UK in 1944. So 43 will be 34 years old. This was what he asked for in 1943. Number one, the government ought to find the money for free education. Number two, that the government should create 200 annual scholarships for the brightest students in Nigeria to study abroad in all branches of studies: agriculture, industry, commerce, science, and arts. Number three, that the government should formulate and carry out plans that within 5 years, free medical facilities will be made available to all men and women throughout the country. When was this? 1943. I'll explain something later. Let me just finish what I said. He argued that his long advocacy of free and compulsory education predated his participation in partisan politics in 1951, and that it was untrue to associate it with political gimmickry. The truth is that at all times, whether in government or outside it, I have been an implacable proponent of free education. He soon became the most fervent proponent and chief advocate of free education in Nigeria, and a lone ranger in this cause amongst his peers for a long time, because he passionately believed that education is the key to progress and the only cornerstone of viable social development. You see, one lesson apart from the other ones we've learned, is the fact that, you see, if you have passion, don't let it die. Just work hard at it. He asks that the government will give young people 200 scholarships. Awolowo gave 200 scholarships in 1955, 12 years after he wrote that memorandum to the British government, to the colonial administrator. He asked that the federal government would. He said the government ought to find the money for free education. He had to find that money 12 years later. Some of the things that you're passionate about that you want the government to do, maybe you are going to even be the one to get it done. Perhaps. When we have sessions on, in my other job, not job, to be honest, it's just in my other life, when we talk about purpose, one of the things that we say triggers purpose or keeps people going is what makes them feel comfortable, what frustrates them in society. It's not enough to always condemn Nigeria, call it a zoo compared to other countries, say it's not sane, say there are sinner crimes, there are kiniko. If you are really passionate about that thing, it's not impossible that you'll be the one to fix it. It's not impossible. If a person wrote something in 1943 at the age of 34, and 12 years later, he is the one who is now fixing at 46, who is now implementing those things, it tells you something. And if there's anything I'm trusting God for with this our platform, that as we are growing, is that from amongst us will be people that will change things in Nigeria and in the world. Right? You see things from a different perspective. You see the problem, but you see the solution as well. You see the possibility as well. There are some people, their job in life is to find problems. Even if you find solution, they will find problem for your solution. That's their job, and they think it makes them feel like they know what they're doing. They are contrarian by nature. You say something is the right thing, but they must say something against it. That's not you. You are the person who sees a problem and says, there's a way around this thing, and then you look for a way to fix it. That's how to build society. And I'm really trusting that, amongst, whether it's in government or in the marketplace, in professional settings, that will be able to actually effect some changes, whatever, no matter the size, whether it's big or small, however you're able to do it. Just have that mindset. And remember Awolowo, he wrote something similar in 1942, same NYM, when we were talking, one of the first things he was talking about also was free education, healthcare. And when he became leader of government business, he began to implement those things. So that thing that frustrates you, that thing that makes you feel like, why is Nigeria not? How come we're not self-sufficient as far as food is concerned? That thing that's always making you feel bad. Maybe that's the space you're supposed to actually get into and just grow an amazing industry. Maybe it's in fashion, maybe it's in tech, maybe it's in governance, maybe it's in politics, maybe it's in education. You just look at the system, you look at the curriculum, and you're just exasperated about the whole thing. That's saying something to, maybe it could be a pointer to what you're supposed to contribute to and fix. And if we all do that, we're across different platforms right now, about 100 right now. We're more than that earlier, but now we're about 100. If everybody on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, things like that in the small spaces, Nigeria will change. I'll want to tell one story before we go. There's a group called the Moravians. It's a small Christian group in Europe. They had 100 years of, this is a spiritual example, but I'm going to break it down to what I'm saying. They had 100 years of unbroken prayer chain. A small group. They were always praying, like for 100 years. So 5 to 2, 2 to, can you compare? So some will pray, let's say 2 hours, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10, round the clock. In 1835, I think it was 1835. One of the Moravians, his name is Peter. He met with a gentleman. No, it wasn't 1835. It was in the 1830s or 3. Remember, or 3. I think it was late 1820s or late 1820s. Yes. Wait. No, it was 1830s. 1830s. John Wesley was returning from Georgia in the US, was going back home after years of missionary work in the US, was going back to England. And then he met Peter on the boat. And he told him about, the Holy Spirit and everything. And then he got through the Spirit and things changed. Eventually, Methodism, John Wesley, Charles Wesley, George Whitefield, everything just exploded into different continents. But this is the point I'm trying to make. One man from the Moravians met with another man who was already disillusioned from his failure in the mission field, and then that one person sparked off something inside John Wesley. John Wesley sparked off something among his friends, and then in the entire country, such that today, when you talk about England, people have said, a lot of scholars have said this, one of the reasons England did not go the way of France was Methodism. In other words, the issue that French Revolution cost France would have happened in England if not for Methodism. It's a whole different thing. The point I'm trying to make is that one person made that change. So if 100 of us choose to do something in different spaces, I just don't change with that. How many people does it really take? Not many. But first, mindset. African Development says, Prof, you are entering into the prophetic grace, so it is well. But I'm really trusting, like, not too long from now, one of us in one place, another person in another place, one place, but you are actually providing real solutions. And guess what? When you do, you will make money. Because people are going to pay for the value. So please, let's think like that. Let's think like Papa did. He saw a problem, asked people to fix it. They did not fix it. He came along, wanted to fix it. The people he asked to fix it, the British, told him he couldn't fix it because the money was not, there was no money for that kind of thing. Everybody around him looked down on him. He created that solution, and today, this is 70 years later, we're talking about our own greatness, and we will never stop talking about him, and it was because of the things that he did. And I hope that our own generation of our children, our children's children will also look at us and thank God we came. All right, so we're going to end the session for today here. I'd like to bring people up. No, not end the session, end my own Turenchi. We're going to bring people up now. So if you'd like to contribute to the conversation, please send your request. I'll bring you up. We have about 20 minutes. It's Friday. That's why I stayed till this moment. But I hope you got something for real. I hope you got something. And please find a way. Just think about these things, right? Think about this. Every one of us, there's no one of us that has nothing to contribute. It could be big, it could be small, but everybody has something, right? And I hope that, we will take cognizance of that. Yeah, someone asked me earlier, so let me put up the account details. All right, Mambo. Is it the prophetic that's not allowing people come up? What is deep, Abby? Or deep come? Let me put up the account details in case you want to support what we're doing. Next week, I want to do some Awolowo and Akintola. Awolowo and Akintola there. We're going to read like a few books. We're going to enjoy them, by the way. African development. I like your spirit. I like how you're personalizing these things. But it will be nice. Very soon, like along. TikTok it will be like, it's TikTok, but like, TikTok I take by day, but look at what I'm doing right now. All right, Mr. Oladotun, good evening. Wait, I can't hear you. Please say something. Kilo shele. The details are even right itself. It's not all right, I hope it comes up later. Olaron Kednimbe, good to see you, ma'am. Okay, it looks like the thing is not coming up, but if you want to support us, please feel free to reach out to me, whether here on TikTok or on Telegram at Busui Oris. You can ask for the details. We'll furnish you with the bank details, and then you can support what we're doing. It looks like everybody, okay, finally, the account is showing on the screen, so you can use that to support what we're doing here. We have a lot of videos out on our YouTube channel, Busui Oris, or Busui Oris Works, is the same. And more videos will be uploaded this weekend. Please engage, watch, share the videos. You can share it on Telegram, on WhatsApp channels, WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups. The important thing is that, we share the information. Someone on YouTube says, Uncle Busui, you know about the Moravians. Is there anything you don't read about? There was a devout count who supported them and lodged them on his estate. Kubu FN, you said, is there anything I don't read about? You too, is there anything you don't read about? You know these things too now. Yes, there was a count who became a Christian and devoted his wealth to them. Is this Zidengov? What's his name? Yeah, he devoted his money to them, and they spent. I'm just thrilled by the fact that they had 100 years of unbroken prayer chain, and one person from that. I mean, they did other fantastic things. In Bavaria, I think was in. I'll look. You know what? Let me look for the details. Since you mentioned it, it was a long time ago I read this thing. So for me, after in my Christian faith, right? Christian faith. After Jesus, Paul, the next person is John Wesley. Then can I come to others? The others, you know them. Those are the ones that we can see right now. And I like Oromolade. I thought it was. We should do a session on that man very soon. I don't think we don't appreciate. Maybe we'll do the evolution of Christian. I've talked about this several times. Once we're done with this, maybe we'll do that one first. Saxony, yes. Count Nicholas Ludwig von Zinzendorf. Oh, I was right. Zinzendorf. I remember that Zinzendorf at least. Yeah, it was the count who supported them in Saxony. And then modern day Czech Republic, Moravia, and Bohemia. Zinzendorf got, he became one of the pioneer Protestant missions in his day. This happened in the 18th century, by the way. But by the time of John Wesley, they supported. That prayer helped change everything. You will notice that the Industrial Revolution in the UK also coincided with the Wesley Methodist revival. Kubu, we have conversations. You know things. Methodism changed a lot of things. The idea of crusades, for instance, where they were having open air crusades. And the funny thing, all through that period, Methodism wasn't really a church. It wasn't really. They had missions. They had huge buildings. They had preachers. John Wesley would travel on horseback all around England. They would send coke to the United States. George Whitefield eventually broke away. There was Charles Wesley. Fantastic things they were doing. but he was still an Anglican. And then when they couldn't meet in the churches, they would meet in open spaces and just entire countryside, you know, those huge things. And then they introduced, you know, they changed. So, you know, the history behind Church of England is Wobaka, but I think Methodism straightened it, because you couldn't compare Lutheran Church or the way, you know, maybe the Lutheran movement or Calvin movement with the Church of England movement because of the circumstances surrounding it. But with Methodism, it became a bit more structured, and it's actually quite similar to what happened with CNS as well. CNS was not a church for a long time. Yeah, it was a movement, society. It was called CNS Society. And CNS Society, it wasn't CNS Church, because Baba himself was in CMS until he had to leave, because I think he was having too many people coming. So his hosts had to tell him, like, this was in 1926 thereabout, and then it exploded. I mean, because I was born there, I have a different idea of Christianity than a number of, you know, people think. Oh, and I'm proud to have been born there. Anyway, Bill, I said today, I don't know, is it what I said? Nobody's coming up. Should we just hang out for the next 5 minutes? I want to hang out. Oh, really? Wow. I didn't know Jan Hughes was one of the Unity of the Brethren. Really? History gungo. History gun. Count Zinzendorf. Wait, I want to be sure about the date I mentioned earlier. When Peter met John Wesley went to school in Oxford, right? Himself, his brother, and George Whitefield, and they had Methodism, but they never really. It wasn't a church, but of course, while he now worked with, I was right, 735. These dates sometimes can be very interesting, though. So he went to America at 735, but he was returning in 738. And that was when he met Peter Bowler, who preached to him. And then it's actually quite funny. He traveled all the way to preach to people, but it was on his way back that he now really found salvation. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. And also very funny that 1938 he was 35 years old and was essentially a field missionary. If you use the word standard of success, but no, God had greater plans, like he has for all of us, and may we all fulfill destiny in Jesus' name. It's been a fantastic session this week. This week I only came on camera twice, and thank you very much for understanding. Next week we'll go back to some little details about Awo. I want us to explore that Akintola angle. There's a lot of talk about it, how they were fighting, all those things. What's the history behind it? What's the perspective from? So there's a book by Professor Oshutoku. I'll bring that book. There's also the book by Papa, Adventures in Power, Traverse of Democracy. I'll bring that book as well. Between those two books, you understand the relationship between both of them. And even his autobiography, Papa's autobiography. They go way back to the 1930s, though. They were best friends. But things happen. Politics can be very crazy sometimes. And also, if you're on the Awo side like me, you must be careful not to assume that because he had issues with Awo, is inherently evil. No. He made mistakes, to be clear. Papa made mistakes as well. but I think architectural mistakes just turned everything around. But we'll get into it, you know. And of course, it's not going to be a blame game kind of thing, but you're going to, at least you're going to understand things from both perspectives. You can understand why architecture thought the way he did, but you can also see how better they could have handled that situation. So we're going to look at all of that tomorrow. We need to do Awo and Mbadiwe to show that under no circumstances should Igbos be allowed to. Sorry, somebody on Kubu says Uncle Busui. And then we will Uncle Yi. Your reading and understanding must be the result of your parents' prayers. The understanding and knowledge anointing on you is heavy. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I mean, today I just been an interesting day. Like, you guys say some heavy things. The Northerner that came here earlier also said some very powerful things. Thank you. Thank you. And, well, we don't do it. I mean, if we're going to Methodism and all those things, it will be outside the Nigerian Yoruba thing that we're doing. But I like you take lessons from different places. England is forever grateful to Methodism. I'm responding to Kubo on YouTube. England has to be. That spiritual fervor that changed even Anglicanism in the 19th century, starting in 1838, could not have happened without Methodism. So England has a lot to be thankful for. And by the way, Methodism then traveled all the way across the pond to America, became Episcopal Church, and then changed everything there. If you're a Christian, please study these things. It also helps to understand. All right, we're going to get in some of these things on Monday. I want us to check out our, and maybe it may not be Monday, maybe Wednesday, but we'll still be on the hour thing for one more week. And then I want to do, I don't know yet, maybe on, either on the coup. There's some documents I want to see, the ones I can read now. There are some documents I've never touched, but I think we are ready for some more. So maybe we'll do that, or we'll do the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. And I like that topic because from there you can go into different things. You know, I was talking to my mentor some days ago. He told me something that just blew my mind. Let me share a little, then we'll go. And that's why if you're a Christian and Yoruba, understand that these things work together. These things work together. You don't have to be one or the other. You are both. This is a professor, by the way, my mentor. The professor is a preacher. He likes Ifa. He's a Christian. I have a very interesting circle. And he said to me, we're talking about the nationalist movement in the 1920s. One day I'm going to have a session, maybe after this, maybe we'll go into the Christian stuff, because there are things we don't know. If we know these things, we would never fight. We'll never fight. You have mutual respect. You respect the other person's choice. The person just respects your choice, and you'll be fine. He was talking to me about what happened in the 19th century, and it's true, 100% correct. Not because he said it, but because he said it, and it's the truth. I should say it not only because he said it, because if he says it is true. But anyway, let me introduction to Gunju, body of letter. Let me tell you the real gist. There was a movement that started in the late 19th century amongst Yoruba Christians. It was a cultural activism, so to speak, by ensuring that, insisting that while they remained Christians, they wanted to express their culture as Yoruba. So they were Yoruba Christians. So they went to have, the music, Yoruba drums, Yoruba this, Yoruba that, changing the structure. Everything eventually led to the formation of the African Church in 1901, right? Then they started changing all kinds of things. Their interaction with Islam, with Ifa, everything started changing, right? I have some of the books that they published back then on Ifa, for instance. Fantastic things, right? Now, they were rediscovering their culture without having to change their religion. Which, by the way, if you really, and we're not going deep into it, if you really understand the concept of Ifa, that's actually what it's about. This morning, I was reading an Ifa book that was talking about, I did this thing some time ago, people were angry with me. This time now, I don't really care about people getting angry with me, because I discovered that the people that were angry with me did not see. If my elders are angry with me, I take it seriously. Like, they know something I don't know. If people who don't know as much are angry with me, I've learned not to care again. I was talking about the references to Islam in Ifa. That's what you'll find. And if we get deep into that evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land, I will show the things I can show. I will show some of those things. You will see those things yourself. Not things that came out now. I'm saying things that came out. I'm talking centuries ago, not any new revision. Everybody's trying to change things now, all right? But here's the point. They were rediscovering their culture, and they were being assertive in their expression of their culture, right? While they were doing that, it was in that soil that nationalism grew. In other words, what birthed the political nationalism that we had in Nigeria in the 1920s was actually the cultural activism that started among Christians, Yoruba Christians in Nigeria. That move of we must express ourselves as Yoruba, we must have Yoruba music, we must have books. You have names like Erika, Mojola Agbebi, even Herbert Macaulay, who was Crowther's grandson, and his grandfather was instrumental in the formation of the African Church in 1901. You start seeing these people start expressing themselves in a particular way, and then they move that from just talking church into political nationalism, into political activism, essentially talking about nationalism as Nigerians. That was what eventually led to the independent movement. And that's why I say that sometimes history, even if you're talking about Christian history, it's not just about Christian history. If you're, for instance, if you're discussing what happened in ancient Rome, and you're talking, let's say, Roman Catholicism, it's not just Roman Catholicism, it's also the politics of Rome. There are layers to these things. That's why we must be careful not to get so, everywhere with religion. There are so many things to learn, and to also see how that cultural activism led to Nigerian nationalism in the 1920s. We'll do all those things in the, let's say, maybe next 1 or 2 weeks, once we're done with Awo. So, but next week, I want us to do something. There's something more on this book that Awo did, but maybe we'll just do Awo and Akintola, because it's very, it's a solid topic. Once we're done, we'll go into Yoruba. And the beautiful thing is, nobody comes up to see anything. So, if you're like angry, I just mute you. I used to do Kajo. I don't do that again. But I love everybody. I love you all with the love of. Yes, I love you with the love of the Lord. Bang, bang, bang. I can see all over you. The glory of the Lord. Thank you very much for a fantastic week. Mr. Dekunle Olugboja. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You are a repairer of the breach. Wow, you went straight to Isaiah. That means a lot, Mr. Dekunle Olugboja. Eshe. That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to take one person. Please don't send your request to just one person. She will speak and then we can move on. Olayinka Oladejo. Because it's almost 8, so please don't send requests. But she's been there for a bit. So we'll just hear her thoughts and then we'll wrap up for the week. Hello. Hello, good evening. Is she saying something I'm not hearing, Abi? Olayinka, are you there? Maybe it was not intentional. Anyway, Union Sheon Lobeshion. And Teba Jeno Eku Eshon Deba Fifeje. Somebody says both Awo and Akitola were church products. Akitola was even a lay Baptist preacher before he derailed with Are Ona Kakanfo. Derailed, Kubu. Derailed, Bao. Kiboye Loje. Oh, Yeni. I think I'm going to. We're going to we'll chat. So I mean, again, this is what those people were trying to rediscover. You know, the generation before theirs, that they want to be able to gel ye and still be Christians. It's a cultural thing. It's not a cult. It didn't join the occult. Ariana Kankanfo is like the head of the warriors, so to speak, for Yoruba, or among Yoruba people. So it's I mean, it's not occult. But I get your point. These were products of the church. I also used to have a problem with it. I was agnostic at the time, but it was able to resolve that, which is brilliant. I mean, brilliant, right? It was a strong defender of the faith. God will bless you and protect your people. Oh God, that will thank you for your labor. Thank you, sir, observer. Thank you very much. All right, thank you all for your prayers. Thank you for your submissions and the stuff you're writing in the comment section. Thank you very much for joining us. But it's not bearing Jeremiah. Jeremiah is not a Christian name. It's a Hebrew name. I dropped my Hebrew name at the point. I only took it back after my father died. What am I even saying? I took it back 9 years after my father died. It was when I went back to take the name. And I took it back because he named me after himself. But when he was alive, I dropped that name because I was like, I don't want Hebrew name. But after he died, oh boy, I went through that stress. So NIN, BVN, MON, SIN, EKN, HU, every N that you can think of. I had to get back. No, there was no SIN. It was NIN. I had to go get the name. But I mean, it was more like branding Obafemi Awolowo. But it was a strong Christian. He was, I think, went to the Methodist Church at Agbeni. Himself and Mama. But see, the important thing is this: whatever religion you are part of, just let your Yoruba, let it Jeko Dashaka, let it be at the forefront. Let Jeko Walo Kwanye. Say Christianio, or say Muslimio, or say Lesia Balayo, whatever you're doing, your focus. I mean, do well based on what God has done for you, but don't reduce your ethnicity or your identity. Excuse me, you don't have to choose, by the way. It's not either or, it's this and that. Right. Thank you very, very much for a fantastic session. So let me quickly thank everybody who came up. I thought Olajo was going to speak. So thank you very much for commenting, for liking, for sharing, for tapping, for all the fantastic things you did in the comment section. Thank you for the gifts as well. I saw some of the nice roses. and on TikTok and on YouTube as well. I think people are able to give gifts on YouTube as well. So thank you very much for your generosity, and thank you to those who use the bank details to support what we're doing. Please don't stop. Okay, so someone has spoken to me like I don't talk about stuff because I think that people will Owo. It takes a lot to do this, so please support what we're doing. Let me just say it that way, right? Thank you very much. You have the bank details, is right there. If you want to reach out to me, Busui Oris on Telegram, and we can chat there as well. But it's been a fantastic week, and I want to appreciate every single person. Thank you very much for making today's session nice and for making the week's session successful. I'm going to go now. For our folks on YouTube, we're going to let you go first because we're about to play our anthems. So every time we meet here, we'll play the Nigerian national anthem and the Yoruba anthem at the end of every session. So we're about to play our anthems now, but because we usually have copyright strikes or issues with YouTube, we're going to have to end the live on YouTube, and then we'll continue the live on Facebook and TikTok. But thank you very much for being part of today's session. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your time with family and friends and church. Just have a great one. All right. Thank you very much. Good night to our folks on YouTube. Have a lovely weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. By the way, if you just joined us for the first time, we have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So I'll see you there along the quiet Tonrio. Or by the Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia by Mfeke boring to your buying, Kajo Paria. I'm pouring to Nigeria Loman for an issue there on YouTube. So I'll put my face screen, Kinesebe saver. We'll play the Nigerian anthem and I'll remove it when we're playing the Yoruba anthem. I want to see if that's going to work, and then we'll end together. I hope that's okay. All right. Somebody says, Prof, don't be shy to talk about your radio station idea, please. There are many ideas. There are many things that we're going to do like bar along. We say these things also because we hope that we'll be able to have folks who will be, who would want to be part of it, of making it happen, whether it's the radio or the movies or the plays or the gatherings. We should have a place where people can gather and learn stuff physically sometimes. But yeah, for instance, that studio thing, we even have to have a studio before we have a radio studio. We have to have a proper studio before we even have a radio studio, so that we can stream. It can be a bit, the upgrade the gadgets, right? Better space, less noise, because I know that you always talk about this, because there are no, we are soundproofed. So whatever you're able to support with, just feel free to reach out. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so let's have the Nigerian anthem and then we'll have the Yoruba anthem. But for the Nigerian anthem, I'll pause YouTube for a bit. I want to move away, Mari. Set something as a goal. You never know. It's a goal already. Thank you though. Nigeria, we hail thee. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ òkú adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́, iṣẹ́ wa, ọ̀nà wa kò ní bàjẹ́, nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́ lé a máa yọrí sí rere. Gbogbo lọ́wọ́ yọjú orí a máa yọjú àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe enemy wa lọ. Tó bá ti ń gbìyànjú àti fọwọ́ sílẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ lókè ni. I would say is that when others say there's a casting down, you will say there's a lifting up. So your testimony is that of greater heights, promotion, progress in everything you do by the special grace of God. Thank you very much for today's session. I really do appreciate it. We'll see again on... Sorry, àwọn èèyàn wá YouTube tí mo ti ń play orin fún yín látàárọ̀ èèyà ẹ má bínú o, mo ti ń play orin fún yín tá a ti ń jó pé iṣẹ́ wà fún lẹ́wà. Àjọ àti mo gbà yóò máa jẹ́ ti yín náà o, ẹni ṣọ́kú o, ẹni fọwọ́ gbọ́mọ sí o, ẹni rán gbé sọnù bí ò ṣe bí ọmọ, àní gbọ́ láburú síra wa o, àtàwọn àtàwà ní ilé àwọn tó wà ń dálẹ̀, àní gbọ́ ròyìn ìbànújẹ́ o. Mo lè sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan gbogbo lọ́wọ́ yín ọjọ́ orí àwọn máa yọjọ́ ọ̀tá lọ ni o, tí gbogbo bá pé nǹkan ń lọlẹ̀ ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì báwọn èèyàn tí ní pé nǹkan ń dá sí pé máa jẹ́ nìyẹn fún alágbára Ọlọ́run. Thank you very much for a fantastic session. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ gbàdúrà mi yóò bá